All right, we are live. I'm just gonna wait for more people to show up. But we are live now, so I'm just gonna wait for some people to show up. But anyway, is it hot over there in England?
Not really. It's like hovering around like 18 to 20 degrees Celsius. I'm not sure how much that is in
20
Fahrenheit.
degrees. 20 C to Fahrenheit is 60. Oh, that's pretty good.
It's alright, yeah, it's decent.
Yeah. All right, we got one guy up on here. Let's see how many people we got. Got 2 people. All right. Here we go. I don't know. I think we should just start now. Let other people. I don't know. Just let other people show up.
So they'll trickle in as we go along.
What's that?
They'll trickle in as we go
Yeah, they'll
along.
trickle in. But anyway, so you are in the British military.
Correct. Specifically the army.
Specifically in the army. And what type of stuff do you hear when you're in the army? I mean, what type of stuff do you hear from the commanders, from the higher ups, the people in the higher positions?
So I can tell you a story. One day we had a lesson on navigation.
Mm-hmm.
So essentially navigation is just like how do you read a map? How do you interpret like where you are on the map? It's that sort of thing, right? Like how to get from A to B essentially. And it was delivered by the captain. His name was Captain Newell.
Captain
And
who?
so,
Sorry.
you know, Captain Newell was his name.
Okay.
And at some point during the lesson, we had to take like a 10-15 minute break just to let everyone like relax, stretch their legs, etc. And we started talking about, the situation in Israel-Palestine, specifically the Iranian attack. This was literally around the time that Iran had fired, something like 300 ballistic missiles at Israel. And so I asked him, what was his opinion on it? Like, has he read the news, etc.? And he basically said to me, he just told me, what the UK response was essentially how, like UK bases in the region had been notified a few days prior. So they prepared their jets and stuff, and they were able to intercept some of the missiles. And so in his assessment of the situation, he said that the whole operation was a success because essentially there was no significant damage that had happened to Israel. And from there, I then told him that I'd read an article from the MOD, which is the Ministry of Defense, and which is like, I guess the American equivalent would be the Department of Security or something like that, Department of Defense or whatever. And so that article basically said how the UK potentially could be at war with Russia within the next 20 years. And when they say war, they mean like full-blown military conflict, so like boots on the ground, that kind of thing. And I asked him, what was his opinion of, that article? And he basically said how he attended a meeting not too long ago, and it was with like NATO officials, like generals and like your lieutenant colonels, etc. And he basically said how during that meeting, the whole, like at some point, the discussion turned to war with Russia, and they were of the agreement that potentially the UK specifically, but other countries within NATO could be at war with Russia within the next 5 to 10 years. And so, generally speaking, I was quite surprised to hear that because obviously there's a big difference between like 5 to 20 years. So I asked him, why is that the case? And he essentially said that the reason why they went with a higher figure of 20 years versus like 5 years is because they didn't want to alarm the public too much. Because if they said, oh, we could be at war with Russia within 5 years, a lot of people begin to panic. A lot of people start thinking, well, you know what, maybe I don't want to fight in a war. So potentially what you could have is people, trying to leave the country, which is exactly what happened when Israel went to war with Hamas. Literally within hours of the announcement, people were flocking to all the airports in Israel trying to flee the country. So right now what they're trying to do is they're trying to manage, the whole media kind of outcry. But I feel like behind the scenes, they know that, war with Russia is imminent. and they're just trying to kind of keep the lid on it for now until I guess the time when it really kicks off.
But how much do you think Britain will be involved in such a, or would be involved in such a conflict? Do you think Britain will be using its full blown capacity against Russia, or do you think Britain would be only partially involved?
As it stands right now, I'd say they would be partially involved, but that's out of necessity. That's not necessarily out because they want to be like that. And the reason why I say that is because the state of the UK like military forces at the moment is pretty poor. Like we have a lot of equipment which is like from the 80s. You know, like our whole military doctrine is still being updated because they've only recently left like Afghanistan and Iraq. So like now they're focusing more towards what they refer to as winter war, which is basically wars which are fought in like Eastern Europe or like countries where like the temperature is like very cold. So like they're in the process of like modernization and like trying to like refill all their stocks because like a lot of their ammunition, a lot of their artillery shells, etc. They've all sent to Ukraine. The country doesn't have that many tanks and jets and stuff, and so like they're currently in the process of trying to rearm essentially. So like as it stands right now, if the war was to happen tomorrow, I don't think the UK would be in a position to actually fight Russia 1-to-1.
Right.
They definitely have to rely on a lot of the Baltic countries. They definitely have to rely on the US and other countries to kind of chip in, if you want to call it. They have, like countries like Germany, for example, countries with like large militaries, countries like Poland, countries that would be able to put up enough of a fight, and then the UK could, I guess, take more of a supporting role with like special forces and that. But in terms of like an actual full-blown military conflict, the UK definitely isn't ready. Like our country, when I think there was a poll, which like a study that was done, and the general public was asked, how many of you would be willing to like serve in the army, and like the vast majority of the public said absolutely not. We will not fight for this country, and I don't blame them. I'm pretty sure it's probably something similar in the US. I think people are kind of fed up. People are tired. People don't want war. We've been through like the last 20 odd years of just endless conflict. People who grew up during the time of the Cold War, the Korean War, Vietnam, all these other different conflicts around the world, which have bankrupt nations, which have destroyed nations. Like people are just fed up, and there is absolutely zero appetite among the general public. And I feel like the military people, they know this, but they're trying to work around that. They're trying to find different ways to make going to war more attractive to people, especially younger people, because obviously that's where the large percentage of the fighting age people come from, is like people in like the mid-20s to like late 30s, I'd say. But I have a feeling that if worse comes to worst case scenario, they will consider doing conscription, despite the public outcry. That's because they just don't have a choice. The military just isn't big enough. They're not big enough. They don't have enough ammunition. The troops aren't. Well, we do have quite well-trained troops. I can give them that much, based on like the years of experience that they have, etc. But in terms of just like capacity, definitely the UK is not ready.
Yeah, but wouldn't there have to be some kind of disaster to happen to get the government to have the momentum to start drafting people? Wouldn't there have to be something really horrendous to happen to get the government to really just act as a catalyst to get the government to do something like that?
Absolutely. I mean, if you look at all throughout history, whether it was like Pearl Harbor, 9/11, it was always some kind of catastrophic event which kind of whipped the public into a frenzy, and that made them kind of thirsty for blood. I feel like if something was like that was happening, like let's say for example, I don't know, Russia was to send a missile into London or something, I do feel like in the immediate aftermath of something like that happening, you would have a significant portion of the population willing to volunteer to fight. However, I think as time goes by, you're going to get a lot of people, particularly on the left, who are like anti-war, or like people just in general who are opposed to a lot of the policies of the UK government, whether it's their support for Israel or arms trade or stuff like that. You're going to get a lot of those voices getting more louder as the war progresses. But I do feel like it would take something like as significant as like the 9/11 or Pearl Harbor to actually get the public somewhat interested in actually fighting more.
Because I get the impression sometimes, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I get the impression sometimes that Britain is kind of like the United States. It will support things from a distance. It'll work from behind the curtains, but it's not going to have a full-blown military deployment in Europe. That's just unless England is directly under threat.
I agree with that assessment. I definitely feel like the UK would rather fight via proxy than actually fight, face to face. However, when it comes to Russia, I feel like for some reason, there's like deep-seated hatred, especially among like the top generals and like the people in the military and in the government. It goes all the way back to World War II. Winston Churchill, for example, like he was very anti-communist. And he even said it like in his memoirs that he viewed the Russians as like less intelligent, like inferior to like Western Europeans. And so for some reason there feels like it's almost like this like bit of racism against Eastern Europeans, but for some reason they just view them as like less formed Europeans. And I don't know whether it has something to do with the fact that Russia has like a significant Christian population or whatever the reason. There's multiple reasons as to why, for some reason, Western Europe is just so anti-Eastern Europe. Naturally, obviously, because of like the whole Eastern and Western schism and stuff like that. I don't know if we have to go that far back. But I just feel like over the millennia, there has definitely been a deep-seated tension between Western Europe and Eastern Europe. And I feel like in the case of Russia, for some reason, just in my experience, I feel like a lot of our like top military people, a lot of people in our government are just hell bent on. You can see them thirsting for it. Like they'll find any excuse. Every article you read on like Defense Network or Forces News or whatever, it's always Russia this, Russia bombs a hospital, Russia this, and it's just you can see what they're trying to do. What they're trying to do, they're trying to vilify the Russians to the point where like if the UK, for example, was to like I just read yesterday even that Keir Starmer, our new Prime Minister, he's approved the Ukrainians using UK's like Storm missiles, I believe is what it's called, to hit targets within Russia. And the reason why that's significant is because the Russians have stated clearly that they will not tolerate Western weapons being used directly to hit targets within Russia. They'll view that as like not just the Ukrainians doing, but they'll view that as like NATO's direct involvement. And like I feel like, up until this point, NATO has kind of tried to stay clear from actual direct conflict. But I feel like with the way the war's going now, with the fact that, there's a bit of stalemate, but I feel like in the long run, the Russians will definitely prevail over the Ukrainians simply because the Ukrainians just don't have the capacity to fight the Russians long term, especially without, Western support. So I feel like as the war goes on, they're going to try and find more ways to get more directly involved, to kind of like poke the Russian bear, as they say. And like you see it, like just recently we had articles from both France and Germany where they were saying how, France was proposing sending French troops into Western Ukraine, and they tried to like butter it up by saying. Yeah, they tried to butter it up by saying, "Oh well, they're not going to be there in like a direct military role. They're going to be there to support the Ukrainians, etc., etc." And it's just like, what do they take us for? Do they really think we're that stupid? Like you're not just going to send troops in and just have them there, and the Russians will just be okay with it. Absolutely not. The Russians will gladly take them out. And then if that is to happen, what are they going to do? They're going to all over Western news media. They're going to say, "Oh look, the Russians killed French troops. This is a sign of war," and they're going to have a NATO summit and they're going to condemn Russia, and the next thing you know, they're going to declare war. They're really trying to find any excuse to start this war without there actually being any kind of catastrophic event. And I know Putin's smart enough not to give them that. So like what he won't do is he won't directly attack NATO directly, because I don't think that the Russians are interested in a direct conflict with NATO, even though the people in NATO are interested in a direct conflict with Russia. So like they're just trying to find any excuse to get this war started. I don't know if they go as far as to do a false flag. I wouldn't put it past them to do that. But, don't be surprised if, we hear a story of, I don't know, a missile lands in Poland, and it turns
Well,
out that it
didn't
was actually
we?
the Polish that did.
Wasn't there a situation where a missile hit Poland and then Ukraine blamed? Can you hear me, by the way?
Yeah, I can
Is
hear
it
you
better now?
perfectly. It is better, yeah.
Yeah, I got the mic fixed. I just unplugged a bunch of stuff and plugged it back in, and it started working. I don't know what happened. My mic wasn't working earlier, so I don't know. Anyway, I got it fixed. But there was a story where a missile came from Ukraine and then hit Poland, killed a guy tragically, and then Ukraine said that was a Russian missile. And then all of the open source data investigators on Twitter came out and said, well, no, if you actually look at the parts of the missile that are found on the ground, there's no way that this is actually a Russian missile. This is actually a missile from Ukraine, from the Ukrainian military. It comes from NATO, blah, 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 blah. And then it turned out, well, actually, no, it was a Ukrainian missile. And the Ukrainians said that it was fired by accident. They didn't mean it for it to hit Poland. But initially, Zelensky was saying, hey, that came from Russia. Trying to pull NATO into a conflict with Russia. And NATO had to come out. The Americans had to come out and say, that was not Russia. Because I don't think NATO wants to get pulled into a war right now. I don't think the United States does. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I agree, and I just feel like part of the reason why they don't want to get involved in the war is simply because their military just isn't up to snuff. They just don't have the capacity to fight Russia long term.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, Russia's got a large missile stockpile. They've got nuclear weapons. Obviously, they've got quite a large navy, and so to take on a large superpower like that, you really need to make sure that your military is good to go. And a lot of Western nations, particularly NATO, are just not up to snuff. They just don't have the manpower. They don't have enough ammunition. They don't have enough training. Because, a lot of these militaries, it's only recently that they started rearming and started training their troops. And a lot of them are civilians. Like, for example, in Poland, in their attempts to bring up their military to something like 250,000 troops, a lot of those troops are reservists, and so there's a lot of people who are mainly civilians, lawyers, doctors, etc., who've never had any military training whatsoever, and they're going away for 6 months to a year to get basic military training. It's all part of the the government's aim, so that should war break out, they can easily call up on these reservists to go to the front lines.
Right.
And so I just feel like we're in the stages now where militaries, they see where the wind is blowing. They see that war is on the horizon. So they're all kind of scrambling to make sure that their militaries are good to go in the future. So.
Now, do you think, because from what I'm seeing, it looks like Poland is the country that's spending the most on its military within the NATO, or within the European world, the world of the European Union. It seems like the Poles are the ones who are spending the most on the military. They want to make the biggest military in Europe. Do you think that the Poles are basically being seen as cannon fodder, as if they're going to be the first line of defense if the Russians go into Europe?
I do believe so, and I feel like a lot of the Baltic states will be used as cannon fodder, essentially, simply because they share a border with Russia. And so essentially what's going to happen is, let's say Poland was attacked, or Poland decides that they want to go to war with Russia, you're going to see, you won't see Western troops necessarily going to Ukraine directly. What you will see is for example, NATO joint forces, whether it's, I don't know, German troops, French troops, whatever. A few thousand troops going in to basically support the Polish as they essentially advance on the Russian positions. And again, all that does is it just buys time, essentially, at the expense of the Polish troops, who unfortunately would be fighting and dying in the first few days of the war. So, essentially what it does is it buys time for other militaries to kind of get their stuff together so that they're, ready to take on the Russian threat. But yeah, like you said, I definitely feel like a lot of countries within NATO just aren't ready, and they generally don't want war, particularly, the civilian populations. But, generally speaking, I feel like if there was to be a war with Russia, the states which are border Russia will be the first on the chopping block, essentially.
You see, but the Russians are saying that we're not interested in hitting the Baltics. This is all just a made-up scare tactic from NATO. I'm just wondering how this is all going to play out. That's my thoughts at the moment. I'm wondering how this is all going to play out because I have difficulty seeing Russia just hitting a NATO country out of nowhere, just straight out of pocket, hitting a NATO country. I don't know. I suspect there's going to... Yeah, go ahead.
I feel like if that was to be the case, it would be a false flag attack. I generally don't think that the Russians are interested in a full-blown conflict because essentially what would end up happening would be it would just be catastrophic for both sides. You know, Russia would be decimated because they'd just be bombed non-stop. And the countries which surround Russia, who are threatening Russia, those countries will be bombed to oblivion as well. So I just feel like it wouldn't benefit anyone for Russia to attack NATO directly. I can see NATO kind of engineering a situation where, you know, for the flimsiest excuse, Article 5 has to be invoked, and then they do some kind of special operation within Ukraine. Mm-hmm. But in terms of like actually sending troops into Russia directly, I don't think that's going to happen. I can't see that happening.
I just don't see Russia just out of nowhere attacking a Baltic country. Let me rephrase that. I could see something else. I could see the situation a little bit differently, because you have Russian minorities in all of the Baltic countries, and all of those Russian minorities see themselves as being prejudiced against, of being discriminated, and I could see maybe the Russians saying we have to go over there and save our people, but it would have to be a massacre. It would have to be a pogrom against Russians or butchering Russians. It would have to be something like that. Because the Russians in these Baltic countries have for decades been saying that they have been being discriminated against. But yeah, I agree. I think if anything, there's going to be... I think the most likely scenario is going to be a false flag attack, and they're going to blame the Russians. It's going to be something like, if I had to guess, it's going to be something like, remember that Call of Duty video game? Remember that very controversial level? It was a Modern Warfare, I think. It was a very controversial level called No Russian. Remember that one?
Remember,
yeah. I'm going to guess it's going to be something like that, where they're going to get Ukrainian agents to go into some random shopping mall and just mow people down, and they're all going to be speaking Russian. If I had to guess, that's a likely scenario. Something like that. Not exactly, but something like that.
Yeah, just something really controversial, something that gets people just feeling like, oh my goodness, the Russians are out of control. Yeah. You know, they tried it in Syria with the whole fake gas attack, and you know, they're experts at this. So like, if they want a war tomorrow, they'll find any excuse they can. They'll get all manner of crisis actors and, like, as you said, like Ukrainian agents speaking Russian and stuff like that, and they'll find some way to kind of, whether it's, let's say, like they bomb, I don't know, civilian population, and then they zoom in on the rocket and it has like Russian lettering on it or whatever, something like that, and something just to kind of make people view the Russians as, oh my goodness, this is like, it's like World War II all over again. We need to come to the aid of the Ukrainians, etc. As if we haven't done so enough. You know, the amount of aid packages that Ukraine has received already, and still, you know, they're nowhere near being able to reclaim any of the land which they've lost since the war started. It just feels like Ukraine is like a black hole, essentially. They're just sucking money up. They're losing troops daily, you know, and it's just like, what is the end game? Like, where does this? What are we supposed to get out of this? There's no way, on their own volition, that Ukrainians will be able to retake land from Russia. It's just absolutely impossible. And likewise, I feel like the Russians could crush the Ukrainians, but that's without Western support. So it's like an unstoppable force against an immovable object. You know, both sides are kind of at loggerheads. They're at a stalemate, and I feel like something has to give. So I feel like NATO's in a position where, even though a lot of them aren't prepared for war with Russia, you know, they will try to save, you know, this investment which they've made with the Ukrainians, in the sense that if Ukraine really is on its last legs, they will go to desperate measures in order to kind of to step in essentially and try and save it.
And the thing about the European Union is that population-wise, it's much larger than Russia. It has over 500 million people. Russia has, 130-something million people, I believe, somewhere around there. And I looked at the manpower of these European countries. I mean, if the EU wanted, they could amass a military force of literally tens of millions of people. Tens of millions. They could do it. But again, there would have to be something there to act as a catalyst towards a mass military mobilization. I don't know if you can hear it, but it's raining very hard outside, so I don't know if you could if you pick that up.
No, I can't.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah. It's raining really hard right now. Anyway, but yeah, it could amass. The EU could amass. For example, if you look at Germany, it could, if it wanted to, it could amass a military of millions of people, millions upon millions, easily. Just from the able-bodied male population alone, the military age population alone.
Right.
And it would be a very diverse military. Ethnic Turks, you would have native Germans, all sorts of different people. But the Germans, they're really working on creating a military culture. That's what they're slowly starting to do. And I don't know if you saw the news, but Germany recently established a Veterans Day, which it has not had a Veterans Day since World War II. It has not had a Veterans Day. But now it has a Veterans Day. So you're seeing the change happening. There's a slow change happening. I wouldn't be surprised one day to see the Germans celebrating the Wehrmacht. I know people think I'm crazy for saying that, but I can totally see it happening. You probably disagree with me on that one.
Too. No, I can see that as well, actually.
Yeah.
I feel like what they're trying to do is, due to like the shame of like the past 20 years, I feel like now what's happening is they're trying to kind of reinvigorate people's trust in the military, people's pride in being part of the military, because all of that was lost over the past 20 years of like people, sending their family members out to die for what, essentially, for in the name of the war on terror, which was really bogus. Because how do you fight an idea? How do you fight an ideology? You can't. Like, there's always going to be someone who's the next generation who comes up and tries to like avenge, what they believe in.
Mm-hmm.
So, I just don't. I feel like they're very much aware, especially among the younger generation, that no one really believes in the military anymore, what it stands for. This whole idea of defending democracy and freedom, like people see past the bullshit. And so what they're trying to do now is they're trying to kind of bring back the pride of the military, which I feel like was lost after, but I'd probably say definitely in the past 10 to 20 years, with the whole war on terror, etc.
And that's the thing. The powers that be, whoever they may be, they abuse the trust of the people. And I was talking about this with my dad yesterday. If you look at the world before we had the use of the internet that we have now, people read the newspaper, people listened to the radio, they watched television, and they just believed everything. I mean, if you were a mass propagandist in those days, back in the early 2000s and before that, the world was your oyster. I mean, people believed everything. Everything. 9/11 happens. It's Iraq's fault. Everybody believed it.
Yep.
But now with the internet, you go on Twitter. Everyone has open source data. They can access open source data. There's all sorts of different media outlets that we can instantly read and look into, and you have different viewpoints, different narratives, disagreements with the official narrative. It's just a completely different story. But so going back to your experiences in the military, when you go into these bases, what else do you hear about Russia? You hear, so for example, earlier you said that there was a commander that you know of who said that in the next, 25 years or so, or sorry, you said the next, 5 to 10 years?
5 to 10 years, yeah.
Now, did he, in the next 5 to 10 years, there could be or there's going to be?
I feel like either or essentially, but it all depends on how capable the UK army is in that time. But he definitely said that within the next 5 to 10 years
Now, in the
is what
next
they're
5 to 10 years, is he? So he's speaking of the British, not just the EU in general, or Europe in general,
I think he was specifically talking about the British because that was what the
right?
conversation was about.
And the British. But see, the thing is that the British don't have the ability to have a war by itself. So it would have to have European allies.
Exactly.
So he must have been also referring to other European states as
I
well.
assume so, yeah. Yeah, I assume so. Specifically countries like Poland, maybe Germany as well, France probably. But definitely the Baltic states. There's the countries like Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, etc. Those kind of countries, I feel like Romania, those kind of countries, I feel like they'd have a heavy reliance on, essentially because they're like the first line of defense. And I'm guessing what they would do is they would try to like bolster these countries' defenses, perhaps send troops in to like support them. But it definitely, in terms of like an actual full-blown conflict between the UK and Russia directly, I just don't see it happening. They're just not capable enough.
Yeah, I just don't see that happening either. But what other things do you hear? So you hear next 5 to 10 years. What other, if there are any, what other things have you heard or seen that indicate to you that something big's about to happen?
So during our training, we did do like a few like week-long field exercises, and these exercises essentially were just to try and teach us like how to survive in like cold temperatures, because especially in like northern England, the temperature is like way colder than it is down south. I guess because we're closer to like the North Pole or whatever. And so as I mentioned earlier, they had this thing, this main focus on winter warfare. That's the official term for it, is winter warfare. And effectively, winter warfare is, it doesn't matter whether it's summertime, spring, whatever. The training is going to be essentially based on how to survive in like freezing cold temperatures. And I think the reason for that is because they want to take the focus away from like desert warfare, which is like in the Middle East and like I guess East Asia, if you want to include that as well, more towards fighting in Eastern Europe. But like everything that we did on these exercises was, in preparation for or in the event of a war with Russia. So like there's a heavy focus on, having like warm clothing, heavy focus on, you know, uh, surviving on like a few meals a day, heavy
Wow.
focus on, heavy focus on like stuff like drone attacks and like incoming missile attacks, heavy focus on mines as well, because I believe the Russians have like a huge stockpile of mines that essentially what they've done in Ukraine is they've littered Ukraine with mines. So everything was in light of what Russia's doing in Ukraine. And in fact, I can tell you this. One time during an exercise, we visited a trench which had several months been built, and essentially this trench was designed for Ukrainians. And I was a bit confused because I was thinking, wait, hang on, how come we are not using these trenches? And essentially, what they're saying is, in Ukraine, what the Ukrainians have resorted to doing is essentially World War One tactics, where like they build trenches and it's like static warfare. And so what they've done is Ukrainian troops who come to the UK to train, they're basically seeing what the Ukrainians are doing in Ukraine, and they're basically trying to build on that. So like what they've done is they've taken like UK engineers and like they've helped the Ukrainians, teaching them how to build trenches, and likewise they're teaching a lot of the things that they taught us who are in the British military. They're also teaching the Ukrainians, whether it's marksmanship or surviving in the harsh conditions and trench warfare. So like I feel like what they're doing now is they're basically prepping us, the homegrown army, to potentially fight alongside Ukrainian troops in Ukraine, should that situation arise.
So they're teaching you guys trench warfare.
Yeah, they are.
You see, this is amazing because I remember reading this book years ago about World War One, And the book was more so talking about the geopolitics around World War One and the things that were happening before the outbreak of World War One. So tensions in North Africa, for example, between France and Germany over Morocco in the early 1910s, 1911, I believe. Things of that sort. And how years and years before the outbreak of World War One, there was this massive arms race that was going on between the various European countries. Germany was in preparation for a war with Russia. They were really waiting for it to happen. Well, they were waiting for the right opportunity to strike. And they were conspiring on how they were going to do it. You know, they planned on, okay, we're going to invade Belgium, and then from Belgium we're going to hit France. That's going to force the British to get involved. That's then going to force the Russians to get involved because the British and the Russians were allies. And then we're going to have a war with Russia, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I remember reading this book thinking to myself, it's not exactly how it is now, but there are similarities between the pre-World War One world and our own in a number of different ways. And I started thinking, I wouldn't be surprised to see one day trench warfare in the future because of just how history works in cycles, human existence works in cycles. But people will say, and I've heard this sort of opinion before, people will say, no, it's going to be drones. There's going to be more it's going to be more of a technological war, blah, blah, blah. Trench warfare is a thing of the past. But one thing that the war in Ukraine has taught us is that it's not. That trench warfare is still being used. And in Europe, not in the Middle East, not in Asia or Africa. This is happening in Europe. So I think, yeah, absolutely. I'm totally foreseeing trench warfare within the heart of Europe.
Well, yeah, I
Like
think
in World War
what a lot of people, yeah, I think what a lot of people don't understand is, yes, technology has come a long way in terms of drone technology, missiles, etc. But at the end of the day, war is war. Like literally, all it is two people standing, facing each other, firing bullets at each other. That's the very basics of modern warfare. So, like all these things, basic things, whether it's trenches, being able to survive in harsh conditions. These are like the very basics of it. The technology, all of that is secondary. That all comes in, that makes war easier because it's easier to kill people by just dropping like a bomb on them. Mm-hmm. But, what happens when your stockpiles are low and, you've run out of ammunition? Essentially, you're going to resort back to the very basics of war, which is essentially, one line of trench versus another line of trenches and guys just firing bullets at each other,
So when you're doing the training and you guys are conditioning for, like you said, winter warfare, do the commanders say, okay, guys, this is how it's going to be when or if we fight against the Russians? Do you hear talk like that?
Yeah, we had that quite a few times, actually, especially when they were like bashing us because we've done something wrong or like they're trying to give us a lecture on something. They'd always say stuff like, you guys don't understand, in a few years' time, potentially you could be fighting an enemy. And the word enemy is synonymous with Russian. So just whenever I say the word enemy, essentially just replace that with Russian, then that's what they're talking about. But essentially what they'd say is, in a few years' time, you'll be fighting an enemy he's not wearing, sandals and wearing civilian clothes, aka, the Taliban, for example. He's got body armor just like you. He's got a helmet just like you. He's got, guns and ammunition, which is of the same caliber as yours. So like you need to understand that, this is what the situation is. Look at the Ukrainians, look at how they're fighting. And so that kind of talk, it just, what it does is it essentially what they're trying to say to us is that we could be fighting the Russians and, the Russians are well equipped just like us. They've got tanks, they've got missiles, they've got drones just like we do. So we shouldn't get comfortable with this idea of thinking that we're going to go to some poor, global South country which doesn't have the same capabilities as we do. Arguably, Russia is the second most biggest military in the world. So, that's what they were trying to prepare us for. That was what they were trying to get into our heads was that, the days of fighting, guerrilla warfare with people in sandals and with AK-47, those days are over. Now we're fighting against the big boys. We're fighting against militaries which are well equipped, like the Russians.
And trench warfare back in World War One was nightmarish enough. Imagine doing trench warfare today with drones. And that's what's happening in Ukraine. They have trench warfare with drones. And you already see just an immense amount of casualties on both sides. But
Absolutely.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say I saw a video recently of it was like a makeshift, like one of those like really cheap drones, and it literally had a grenade strapped to it. And I don't know, I think it was a Ukrainian position which was bombed, and essentially what happened was they dropped this grenade like literally right on the bit where like the machine gunner would be, and it just completely just blew it apart.
So what do you think about changing subjects a little bit here? What do you think about Biden introducing Zelensky as Putin? Did you see that?
Oh yeah, I saw that. The thing is, right, I don't really pay too much attention to politicians because ultimately, these people they come and go. Like every 4 years
Yeah.
or so, there's always going to be a new puppet involved. So like, I don't see them. I don't look at them and say that they're the be all end all of it. I don't look at them
Right.
as like the real masterminds behind it. I believe it's these major alphabet organizations, whether it's WHO,
Right.
WEF, the UN, etc. They're the ones who are really like calling the shots, and like the politicians are just the face of it. They're the
Right.
ones who people will throw tomatoes at, who they think is running the show, but they're really not running the show.
Yeah.
Even politicians are taking orders from the bigger higher ups. Let's say.
Have you ever heard of a guy named John Kiriakou? John Kiriakou. He's a Greek American
No, I
guy.
haven't.
He has some really good videos, very informative videos on how intelligence works.
Right.
Because he was in the CIA for decades, and he was
Oh
active.
yes, I know who he's talking about. Yes, yeah. I know who he's talking
Yeah,
about.
he has glasses. Yeah,
Yeah.
John Kiriakou, and he talks about how he did this great interview, very informative interview on how the media is controlled by like who you refer to, the alphabet organizations. And it's all dictated by members of the CIA. In the context of the United States, it's all dictated by members of the CIA. And he said that anytime a mainstream news outlet like the New York Times or the Washington Post puts out an article about a very, very serious topic, the article had to go through the approval of the CIA. And now it's been revealed, recently it was revealed that Wikipedia is completely dictated by the CIA. All the articles, if they have something in there that the CIA doesn't really like, then the CIA will actually edit it. Take something out,
Right.
add something in, that sort of thing. And so when you look at these stories coming out about Biden and the election, it's very interesting to see. You see almost every day the New York Times has been reporting more Democrats are asking Biden to leave. And so you have these people coming out, these pundits coming out saying, oh, look, you see, the Democrats are ashamed of Biden or they're embarrassed from Biden, blah, blah, blah. The way I look at it is that this is all just a big show. It's all just a big show, and they want to make sure that this facade is perceived by the people. This facade
Right.
that there is this battle going on between the Democrats, and the way I look at it, and this is just me putting on my conspiracy theory hat, the way I look at it is that this is my theory. They know that Biden is going to lose. So that when he does lose, they can say, well, we told him to leave, but he was so stubborn that he has ruined the country and has enabled Trump to win. I think Shakespeare said something like politics is theater or something like that.
Right.
It just seems
Yeah,
like
I
it's
feel
all
like
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
what's going on with Biden is essentially just one big humiliation ritual. Basically, it's like what they want to do is they want to like make the public view him as incompetent and essentially as an outgoing president, which is essentially what he is. And what he's going to do is he's going to make a Trump presidency look good, essentially. But what worries me most about Trump is he actually going to do is he actually going to go through with any of his campaign promises? Is he really going to bring an end to the Ukrainian conflict? And honestly, I don't think so. I feel like if the US even steps back from NATO or whatever, then all that's going to happen is someone else is going to take the reins, and most likely it's
Mm-hmm.
going to be Germany. So,
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel like the Americans really understand that their influence in world politics is kind of dwindling in the sense that, you know, their say in what goes on in other countries doesn't really have the same potency as it once did,
Yeah.
whether it's with Japan, whether it's with Germany, with whoever. Um, like even like a lot of these oil-rich countries, for example, a lot of them are swinging more towards China, for example.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so like the US's influence around the world is slowly starting to decline, and I feel like whether or not the US does go down the isolationist route, it's not really going to make too much of a difference in world politics. I feel like the world is just going to kind of move on without. So.
Uh, yes, I see what you're saying because I read this story that I read in this article about how they are basically going to start training, or they are already training Ukrainians in Germany. And I saw this one post talking about how the Europeans are preparing for a Trump-proof NATO. I don't know if you saw that one.
Yes, I did see that one. Yeah.
Yeah, because I think that they are anticipating a Trump victory in the election. And they know that Trump is a non-interventionist slash isolationist slash nativist. And they're saying that they're saying that they're training Ukrainians in Germany in preparation for a Trump-proof NATO.
Right.
I think they have a military base in Germany where they are either planning or they are already training Ukrainians. So yes,
Yep.
I believe I completely agree with you that Germany is going to take the lead. And like you said, speaking of how these oil countries are getting closer and closer to China, the Chinese are becoming, or are already, the main focus of the United States, I should say. Because China is the biggest threat economically to the United States. It's not Russia. If you look
Yep.
at the Russian economy is as big as the economy of Texas. They don't have the biggest
Right.
economy in the world. The state of Texas has roughly the same GDP as that of Russia. Whereas the GDP of China is what? 17, 18 trillion? So
Right.
it's the closest, economically speaking, it is the closest to the United States. So it is considered to be the biggest threat of the United States. So
Exactly.
so America wants to shift more focus onto China than Europe. My theory is that the Trump administration, if it wins, the Trump administration will say, Germany, you take the lead. That's my.
Right. Yeah, and I feel like with the whole China situation and like how they're saying, by the year 2027 they want to be up to like full military capacity. Um, the fact that, you know, in like the South China Sea, for example, China's been doing like a lot of war games.
Mm-hmm.
They're essentially, I don't know if you're aware of this, but in China they have like I think in one of their military bases they have a mock-up of the presidential like residence in Taiwan. So like, and what I mean by that is they've constructed buildings which are exactly the same dimensions as the presidential building in Taiwan. And essentially what they're doing is they're doing like this operation where like Chinese special forces go in and essentially assassinate the president of Taiwan. So like that's how serious they are about potentially going to war to retake Taiwan as they claim. because China views Taiwan as another province. They don't view it as its own independent, sovereign nation. They don't recognize Taiwan as a sovereign nation.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I'm aware that the US has not necessarily like a guarantee to Taiwan's independence, but they do have like this mutual cooperation with Taiwan, which states that in the event of an attack on Taiwan, the US has to come to the defense of Taiwan, whether it's diplomatically or militarily. So, and I believe the US not too long ago sent a few like heavy bombers to Australia, and I
Mm-hmm.
think they also sent like a few warships as well. And they actually do have US troops training in Australia, like training with the Australian Army. So, you know, I don't know. I guess it all depends now on like what China decides to do, whether they actually do decide to go on like a full military offensive against Taiwan. I feel like what's kind of stopped them from doing that is the war in Ukraine. And the reason why I say that is because China, they've looked at the Western response to Ukraine. And I guess what China doesn't want is essentially Taiwan to become the Ukraine of East Asia in the sense that it just becomes another proxy war. I think what the uh, Chinese, their ideal situation for Taiwan would just be just to essentially just take it over, essentially, as essentially like a bloodless coup almost.
Mm-hmm.
So, because China, they're not interested in getting bogged down in a war and like spending a lot of money on, defense. They'd very much rather just have it be over and done with. So, and I feel like the Chinese are not interested in a war direct like military confrontation with the US either. Um, but yeah, I guess it all depends on like what the Chinese leadership decides to do.
So do you foresee basically China doing what Russia did to Ukraine?
Potentially, but I feel like they're going to do it much more tactically than the Russians did. I feel like the mistake that Russia made when they with the initial invasion was that the forces that they sent in were far too few. Like in order to take over a country the size of Ukraine, you're going to need a large number
Mm-hmm.
of forces, and it has to be, this whole thing of lightning warfare in the sense that it's a combined arms maneuver. It's you're sending in, your airships, you're sending in, your artillery, you're sending everything in at once to kind of overpower the enemy. It's like delivering a death blow so that you incapacitate the enemy almost immediately so that they can't muster up an effective response. Whereas I think what they did was they came in too piecemeal, and essentially what that did was that gave the Ukrainians breathing time, like time to recuperate and time to, defend against the initial wave. And so I feel like what China's going to do is if China does decide to go to war with Taiwan, it's going to be very heavy. And the reason why it's going to be different for China is it's going to be an amphibious assault. It's not going to be like just crossing over a border. It's going to be they're going to have to go through the Taiwanese Strait into Taiwan, and like the Taiwanese know this, hence why they've stocked up a lot on like defenses around the coastline
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
because they're anticipating a Chinese amphibious assault.
Mm-hmm.
So like I feel like what the Chinese are gonna have to work out is like how did they effectively neutralize Taiwan within the first like few weeks of the war happening, as opposed to like them not having an effective, assault, and then it just becomes they just get bogged down in a long conflict.
Mm-hmm. And what I see in that situation is the United States just using Japan as a proxy. That's what I foresee. And that's why the United States has been working so much in arms deals with the Japanese.
Right.
Trump is obsessed with China. He's heavily I mean, that's kind of putting it too harshly, but he is heavily fixated on China. There's a meme on the internet that shows Trump just China, China, just repeating the word China, 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 because he is geopolitically speaking, when it comes or foreign policy wise, Donald Trump is fixated on China more than any other country. So I think that if he becomes president, the administration will. I suspect that the administration is going to push for a ceasefire between Ukraine and Russia. That's my belief. There's going to be a ceasefire. You already see Zelensky telling Trump, what's your plan? And then he tells Trump in the same statement, he asked Trump in the same statement, are we going to lose territory? I want to know beforehand. Are we going to lose territory? Because in the case of a ceasefire, and this is why I think NATO, the British, have been trying to prolong this war as much as possible. Because they know that once a ceasefire agreement is commenced, or once people are brought to the negotiating table, Russia is not going to leave that negotiating table without getting something. It's not going to leave empty-handed. And like you said, Russia did not invade Ukraine with enough troops to invade Ukraine, to take over all of Ukraine. Because the reason for this is because Russia has a plan to control certain parts of Ukraine. And that's the Donbass region, and that's Crimea. That's, from what I understand, that's what's happening. It wants the Luhansk and Donetsk regions, and that's where most of the fighting has been going on. So if Russia is going to agree on a ceasefire or on some kind of a peace agreement, it's not going to want to leave empty-handed. It's going to say, Russia's going to say, we want the Donetsk and the Luhansk. And that's why Zelensky is telling Trump, are we going to lose territory? Because for how long do you want to prolong this conflict? For how long do you want to keep this conflict up? Until you completely defeat Russia? Well, you're not going to defeat Russia unless you have a massive Western coalition to fight for Ukraine.
Right.
So, but right now, it's just Ukraine doing the fighting with the armaments of the West. But Ukraine doesn't have the manpower to defeat Russia. So what's going to happen? Ukraine is going to lose territory. And so Trump being a non-interventionist type, Trump being the type of guy who doesn't really want to get involved in a war, I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe is going to push for a ceasefire. And remember what happened a number of years ago. Zelensky was going to have a ceasefire with Putin, and your prime minister, Mr. Boris Johnson, went to Zelensky and told him, you better not do this. Because it's NATO that wants to prolong the fighting more than anyone else, I think.
Right. I feel like the NATO strategy as it stands right now is to essentially just to bleed the Russians dry. So like what they're trying to do is they're trying to weaken Russia by having them have this long protracted war with the Ukrainians. Mm-hmm. The only issue with that is the Ukrainians are going to bleed also. You know, it's not just going to be a one-sided thing. Like the Ukrainians are going to lose plenty of troops. They're going to lose a lot of territory. You know, Ukraine, like Kiev, for example, is just going to get bombed and bombed and bombed until eventually it looks like, I don't know, something like similar to Syria. So it's like no one benefits from having this war just go on and on. I feel like the Ukrainians know that and the Russians know that. So like I feel like what the Russians are going to do, as you said, was as soon as the peace negotiation is offered, they're going to put forward their terms. And I guess, you know, the Ukrainians don't have a choice in it. They have no say whatsoever. Like, they're going to lose territory, whether they like it or not.
That's right.
You know, all this fighting and dying and essentially what was it all for, you know? It was essentially the only reason why they're still fighting is because they have the guarantee that the Western nations are still going to support them. But that support could all dry up within the next couple of years or potentially during a Trump presidency. So I feel like, I feel like Trump's strategy going in to his presidency is he's going to sue for peace and he's going to try and, you know, give the Russians what they want to a certain extent. Obviously, there's going to be a little bit of give and take, but I feel like ultimately, as you said, Putin is going to have his way in Ukraine. He is going to be able to hold on to those eastern regions. And I guess like a lot of the Europeans are not going to be too happy about it, but I mean, it is what it is. Like no one told them to go this far with it. So.
And that's going to lead to a massive military buildup within the European Union, and they're going to say, just like they have been saying, that they cannot trust Trump. They can't trust the Americans. And I remember even Angela Merkel back in 2017, 20 was it 2017, 2018, she said we can't even trust the British because of the Brexit thing. And that's the thing, see, Brexit I think had a greater plan. I think Brexit gives the British the exit away from any obligation to go to war in Europe. That's what I think. I think they were anticipating it. I think they were saying, listen, there's going to be a war. We don't want to get involved, or we want to have the leeway to either get in or get out. And Brexit enabled the British to do that.
That is true, and I think the reason for that is because the people who primarily voted for Brexit were like more far right leaning.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of like nationalists, a lot of isolationists within like the UK said that they're not interested in the war with Russia. But the problem with the UK specifically is that it's mainly the left wingers who are like really gun ho for war with Russia.
Mm-hmm. That's one thing I've noticed also.
And so, and they're primarily the ones in power. So I feel like, and like for example, Keir Starmer, the new prime minister, he's given a guarantee to Zelensky that the UK will continue to support Ukraine. They've even given them the green light to use UK-produced missiles in Russia to hit strike targets in Russia. So like, I guess so long as the left are in power, they're always going to lean more towards war as opposed to the more like right wing who are more interested in potentially having a ceasefire and just staying as far away from it as possible.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I just I see Britain maybe partially getting involved, but not fully. Maybe Britain will do something like it did back in the Crimean War. Maybe. But we'll have to see. I don't know. But I think we've talked long enough. You probably want to go to sleep because it's late where you are, so I don't want to keep you up.
Sure, that's fine.
Yeah. Unless there's something more you want to say. There's something more you want. I because I don't want to take your time, but I have been enjoying this conversation. I don't want to take your time, but
I really enjoyed it as well, actually.
Do you when have you heard anything else that other than the 5 to 10 year plan that you heard that in 5 to 10 years there could be a war in Europe? Oh yeah, by the way, when they said that, did they say that did you hear any mention about where exactly this war would take place? Did they say that it would take place in Central Europe or in the Baltic states, or did they specify that at all or no?
No, they didn't specify that. However, I guess based on the whole logistics of it. So like for example, you've got like this major NATO exercise, Operation Steadfast Defender in Estonia, which they've been running for several years now. And essentially what it is just, they've got like 2 battalions worth of troops in Estonia training with the Estonians, with the Polish, with the Germans. It's like it's a immediate reaction operation. So what would they do in the event that war was to break out with Russia tomorrow? How would they go about it? And they've got like different responses on like how many troops would be called up, etc., etc. So I feel like if war was to break out, how it would play out is essentially UK would send a detachment of troops, a few divisions of armored troops, a few divisions of infantry, etc., and they'd primarily send them to like towards the Baltic states, and essentially what they do is they'd carry out special operations. They'd like fire missiles at Russian positions. There could be like actual combat between NATO troops and Russian troops, but it definitely wouldn't be on Russian soil. It would most likely be on Ukrainian soil. Mm-hmm. So Ukraine would, similar to like how Syria was, like in like the years like 2015, let's say, where you had both Russian troops and US troops on the ground in Syria, but there was no real direct conflict between the two. It was more they were supporting their proxy armies fighting each other. Mm-hmm. So like, I feel like in a hypothetical situation, let's say like the Ukrainians, they simply cannot carry on the war. So like you get a bunch of Polish troops and German troops and potentially even UK troops uh, going into Western Ukraine specifically and just attacking Russian positions.
Another thing, I just thought about this. Another thing that I see happening is, let's say there's a ceasefire in Ukraine, and then somebody breaks the ceasefire, fighting resumes, which is inevitable because in these conflicts, ceasefires are always broken. And the Europeans, Germans specifically, say we have to get involved in this because this is never going to end and Russia's not going to stop. And then they attack Russia in Ukraine. Yeah. I could see that happening. Or they just attack Russia from different angles. They attack, kind of like what the Germans did in Operation Barbarossa. They went to Ukraine. They also, the Nazis, the Germans, alongside their Finnish allies, attacked Russia in the north. And that's why you see the Scandinavian countries, Finland, Denmark, Sweden, Norway, recently agreeing to unite all of their air forces. I don't know if you saw that, but they have agreed to unite all of their air forces. And there is Russia and Finland, they share a peninsula. And now that Finland is in NATO, that means that NATO borders right next to the Russian naval armada up in the north. So now these Scandinavian countries, because they're with the European Union, they're allies with Germany, they're part of that world. I could totally see one day the Germans and their allies saying, well, we have to do something about Ukraine. We have to do some kind of a pincer strategy on Russia. And they're going to do the same garbage that their great-grandfathers did. That's, I totally see that happening. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised in the least if that were ever to happen.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either, to be honest. Like I said, they will do anything to justify going to war. But I feel like their main strategy now is essentially just to fight the Russians to the last Ukrainians, as you probably heard before.
Yeah.
It's basically just to slowly bleed them dry, go through all their stockpiles of like missiles and artillery and stuff, so that the Russians are weaker, so that makes them an easier target for like when the war actually does take place. Because as it stands right now, Russia could easily take on a handful of European armies simply because those European armies just aren't capable of fighting a long-term war with Russia. They, as you said earlier, with the EU, they'd have to amass several millions of troops just to be able to be on the same level.
That's right.
To fight the Russians. So I guess what they're doing now is they're biding their time. They're hoping that Ukrainians will stay alive long enough to give them enough time to prepare their militaries. But I guess the big unknown in this whole equation is Trump. But I mean, it's not like he is unknown, really. He's stated from the very beginning what his whole strategy is. So I guess as you said, what they're planning to do is they're trying to lean more towards, a European kind of response as opposed to relying too heavily on the Americans. So like, as you said, a Trump-less kind of Ukrainian strategy.
Trump-proof NATO. That's what they're preparing for.
Exactly.
And what's funny is that they said before the big NATO meeting in which Biden introduced President Putin, they said that this was a test, that this was going to be a test to see the fitness of Biden. The fitness of Biden. And I remember saying before the NATO meeting, I said, what fitness test? He already had a fitness test in the debate, and he failed it. There's going to be another test. And we saw, and he introduces Zelensky as Putin. I thought that was so funny. It never gets old for me. Every time I watch it, he says, President Putin. And it's almost like it was a Freudian slip because the Americans know that Putin is going to be the president of some parts of Ukraine. some parts of Ukraine, he's going to be the president. In fact, I was last year. Was it last year? Yeah, I want to say it was early last year. I talked to a guy who lives in the Luhansk region. I recorded the whole conversation. I should try to publish it, or I have to find it at least. But I talked to this guy. He lives in the Luhansk region. The reason why I didn't upload it was because it was kind of a very long and dragged out conversation, I'll be honest with you. But he did say something that was very, very interesting. He says, I live in Luhansk. He said, I work as a plumber. And he said, if you ever come to Luhansk, you would never think that there's a war going on right now because things are so business as usual. He said, Russia controls this entire region. It's Russia. It's no longer Ukraine. Because in the conversation, I would say, just from second nature, I would just say, oh, you're in Ukraine. And he told me, it's no longer Ukraine. It's Russia. This is Russia. Russian soldiers are everywhere. Everywhere you go, it's Russian. Everyone talks as if Zelensky is not the president. He's not the president. People speak and they act as if it's Putin who is the leader of this land. So people there are already living as if they're under Russia. And really, effectively, it is Russia. Maybe technically it's not Russia, but effectively it is Russia.
Yeah, and I feel like if it isn't now, it definitely will be sometime in the future because, especially if there is a ceasefire, Russia is pretty much just going to annex the whole eastern region. And I guess as it stands right now, that's probably the best outcome because the alternative would just be further escalation, further bloodshed on both sides.
That's right. And
so, yeah.
And remember when Trump said, remember when he was running the first time? He said, let's work with the Russians. He said, let's work with Bashar al-Assad in Syria. And there were all these media outlets, all these pundits saying, oh, he wants to work with this mass murderer, Bashar al-Assad. And Trump said, listen, Assad is fighting ISIS. The Russians are fighting ISIS. Let's just work together. And I can totally see Trump pushing for a ceasefire between Ukraine and Russia and then saying, listen, I don't want to see any more Ukrainians die. This is not going to end. We have to put an end to this, or else this is just going to keep on going. I don't want to see any more Ukrainians die. You Democrats may want to see more Ukrainians die, but I don't. I can totally see Trump using that rhetoric. I could totally see Trump using that rhetoric, yeah.
One thing I don't understand is why that's such a controversial take. Like, why is that such a controversial view to have for some reason? It shouldn't be. It's probably the most humane thing. Like, very rarely in like Western media do you hear anyone calling for a ceasefire. Everything's always, we've got to stand with Ukraine. Ukraine must pull through. We'll do everything. We stand with Ukraine. And it's just like, where are all the peacemakers? Where are all the people saying, this war has gone on long enough. It's unjust. We need to bring peace. We need to make sure that we need to make it so that both sides are satisfied so that we can put an end to the bloodshed. You very rarely hear that. Everything's always, we will stand with Ukraine. We need to send them more weapons, more ammunition. Ukraine needs more support. And it's just, there's very rarely do you hear like anyone on both sides, whether it's the left or right, giving that kind of thing.
Yeah, like I said, Boris Johnson, he went to Zelensky and he said, no, you can't have a ceasefire with Russia. They want it. And you're right. I agree with you when you said that they want to bleed Russia out. The way I look at it is it's the same strategy that they utilized when they armed the Mujahideen in Afghanistan. The goal was to bleed out the Soviet Union. It was to heavily wound the Soviet Union. And that's what they're doing in Ukraine. Because a lot of Russians have died. This has not been an easy war for the Russians at all. It's not as if the Russians have just been steamrolling Ukraine. Look how long it took for the Russians just to take Bakhmut. I mean, it never ended. It just kept going. Every day in the news, Bakhmut. For weeks and weeks and weeks it was going on. And I remember I interviewed this guy. He was a sniper for the pro-Russian fighters in the during the civil war that was ongoing in Donbass, the one that began in 2014. He's originally from Serbia, but he's been living in Russia for many years now. And he told me, he said, because he's been involved in the current war. And he told me, he said, anyone who thinks that the Ukrainians are not good fighters doesn't know what they're talking about. He goes, they're very good fighters. They have very good weapons, very good training. This has not been an easy war for the Russians. So, another question that I have is, I don't know how the Russians are going to recover from this, because a lot of Russians are dead. I don't know how the Russians are going to recover from this. I don't know. Maybe they just have a different mindset than we do. Who knows?
Well, if you look back to like World War II, for example, and I guess you could include World War One as well.
Mm-hmm.
The Russian strategy was essentially quantity versus over quality. And what I mean by that is the Russians, because they had such a large population in comparison to the rest of Europe, essentially what they do is, they just try to overwhelm the enemy with numbers as opposed to like the actual quality of the weapons. So like, for example, the Russians during World War II, statistically, they produced the most tanks, they had the most artillery.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have necessarily the most planes or like the most naval capacity, but just in terms of like actual manpower, the Russians always had like something like a 30-1 advantage over whoever they were fighting. And I feel like that's just kind of part of like their whole fighting doctrine, is just to overwhelm the enemy with just pure numbers.
That's right.
But I feel like the problem that they have, especially, and this goes like essentially all armies around the world, is people's appetite for war is so low that they're just not willing to volunteer. So, and this is the problem which a lot of armies across the world are facing, is just a manpower shortage. Like people just generally, they've gotten used to, that post-World War II era peace that we've enjoyed for like the past 70, 80 years. And so like no one's really interested in fighting the war. No one has that kind of desire to volunteer and to fight for one's country and one's nation, because, a lot of people around the world are suffering low unemployment, poverty, housing crisis. You've got the migrant crisis. You've got all these other different crises which have really divided society. And so, and like if the war was to break out now, it would just be yet another thing that divides society culturally. You would have one people on one side who are super gun-ho and who are super like ready and patriotic and who really want to fight, versus the other side of society who are absolutely against the war and who are not interested in. I guess you'd have, the silent majority who just want to live their lives in peace.
Mm-hmm.
They're not interested in a war. So, and like Russia's had that same issue where like, even now they're still struggling to get significant numbers to go and fight in Ukraine. So they had to even resort to conscripting convicts. So like they literally went into their prisons and they offered them, the inmates, they said, if you fight in Ukraine, and if you survive, you can have your sentence either fully revoked or you can get it like partially reduced.
That's right, yeah.
And the Ukrainians have started doing that as well, because they're suffering the same manpower shortage as well.
Mm-hmm.
But not just from loss of numbers, but also from the amount of people refusing to be conscripted or they've left the country. So like the manpower shortage is global. It's a global issue that a lot of countries have suffered from post-Cold War. And so, like, I guess the biggest challenge now for a lot of armies around the world is how do they get the public to sign up to this? How did they convince the public?
That's right.
To support a war?
And I think that they're going to do a false flag attack, just like they did in Gladio during the Cold War. They did all these false flag attacks to try to get people to hate on the Russians.
Yeah.
But here's another thing also, and this is something that I haven't heard a whole lot of people talk about, but I think that this is 100% applicable to the current geopolitical situation. The fact that there are so many unmarried men right now. So many unmarried men. There's so many people who are not getting married. And I don't know, did they ever bring up marriage in the military, in the British military? Did they ever tell you, hey, did they ever discourage you from getting married?
They didn't discourage us, because we did have a few recruits who were married and who did have families, primarily from, which is like the global south. But One thing they did tell me, and this is something that one of the corporals told me. He said, it's a good thing that you're not married and you don't have kids because it means that you're like in a bit of a morbid way. He said, like you're more likely to go to war as opposed to someone who did have a family.
There you go. So they did
So
tell you that.
so yeah, yeah, they did tell us that it
I
was
see. I
a good thing.
suspected.
Yeah,
I suspected that was
yeah.
underneath the surface somewhere because I have a friend who was in the Marine Corps, and he told me the exact same thing you just said. He said when he first joined the Marine Corps, the guy asked him, "Son, are you married?" And he said no, and he said, "Good, keep it that way." Well, why is that? And the guy said, "Because if you're married, the last thing we need is for you to be in the battlefield worrying about your woman getting banged by another guy. And we don't need that. Get married when you're done with your service." And that's what he told me. And
Right.
I have heard this. I've heard this before. I've heard this in a different discussion. And you see, we have so many unmarried people, young people, so many of them unmarried. And unmarried men are easier to recruit because it's not like they have nothing to live for, but it's almost like they have nothing to live for. I don't think they have nothing to live for, but in the mind of the military, well, they have nothing really to live for, right? No kids, no woman. All they have is their own life. And so it's easier to sacrifice yourself if you don't have a family to take care of. If you have a family to
Exactly.
take care of, then you want to stay alive.
And I think what a lot of like these governments and these militaries know is that, we're struggling with this whole like lack of masculinity, this whole masculinity crisis, the fatherless
Mm-hmm.
generation. And they know that within men there's this innate desire to want to serve and protect.
Right.
So like what they're going to do, they're going to try and lean on that, and they're going to try and use that to kind of reel them in.
That's right.
So they'll try and they know that a lot of men tend to lean more towards the right as opposed to the left. So they'll say stuff like, "Oh, you're doing this to defend your country. People are going to be proud of you. It's something to live for, something to strive for." They'll offer them all manner of benefits, housing benefits and pay and all these other different things to make it as attractive as possible. To almost make the men forget that what they're signing up for is essentially, if it could result in their either death or being seriously grievously wounded.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll butter it up and make it as attractive as possible to draw in that large demographic of unmarried single men.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well, it's like you said, unemployment, or you brought up how a lot of people are struggling with unemployment. There was this article that I read years ago by George Friedman. He's the guy who directs Stratford. Stratford, by the way, is a pretty educational, pretty informative source on all things geopolitics. And they had this article that was written by George Did I say Fordman? George Friedman. George Friedman, he's the guy who runs Stratford. And he talked about his experience when he went to Spain years ago. And he said, when I went to Spain, businesses were empty. The streets were not really that crowded. Gas was extremely expensive. So if you were going to drive somewhere, you had to make sure that it was for something necessary. And he said that there was a very high rate of unemployment, and there is still a good high level of unemployment in Spain. And he said there's a lot of young men in Spain who have gone through university and they're unemployed. So they're frustrated. So he said frustrated, unemployed, and young and male. He said, what type of thing happens to this type of population? He said, well, a common thing is that they get drafted. They're perfect for military conscription. And the same thing goes for China. China, you have a big problem with a lack of women in the population because they did this horrendous one-child policy. I don't know what the hell they were thinking. We keep hearing about how intelligent the Chinese are. Well, that's one of the dumbest things, if not the dumbest thing I've ever heard of I ever heard a country doing, is this one-child policy thing. And they discouraged people from having daughters. They said, "Oh, you need sons." Yeah, but without daughters, who's going to give birth. So they just wanted males because males somehow they have this bullshit shame culture in their society. There's this whole face saving culture that they have. It's all but based on shame and peer pressure. And so they have 6 males for every 1 woman, something crazy like that. So a lot of single men in China. And here's the thing. I have heard that when a Western male goes into China, a lot of the women are after him. So you have lonely, frustrated Chinese guys, a lack of Chinese women, and they have all the power of choosing because they're in the minority, but they're high in demand. And all that pent-up frustration is there. Perfect for military drafting. Perfect for military drafting.
And I saw I think I read an article where China said that a lot of their young men are very effeminate. And so what they're trying to do now is they're trying to ban things like K-pop and things like that, which have
it's weakening our men.
Exactly. Yeah. And they're saying that they're blaming it on the West. They're saying that the West is trying to make China gay with LGBTQ and all these other different things. And so they're trying to reinvigorate that masculinity within the young men.
Mm-hmm.
So, I guess that's part of their military strategy is trying to, draw from that demographic.
That is amazing, actually. Because I've heard a similar opinion about the Chinese male population. I know this guy who lives in China. He's an American, but he's been living in China on and off for a number of years. And he told me, he said, the Chinese Air Force is pretty good. Chinese Navy, I think he said, is decent. He said, but the Chinese men, a lot of them are like children. That's what he told me. He says, a lot of them are like children. They're not a warlike people. And I foresee a war between China and Japan. I've been saying this since 2014, early 2014. I foresee a war between China and Japan. And the Japanese, I think they still have something of a samurai culture in their society. I think that's still there lurking about. I don't know how the Chinese are gonna deal with that.
Well, I did read an article one time where the Chinese said that should the Japanese interfere in any operations or anything that China does within the region, that they threaten to use nuclear weapons on Japan. So
I could totally see
that. I don't know if you read it.
I haven't read that. No.
And I do think that the Chinese would actually go through with the threat. It's not just nuclear saber rattling. I actually do genuinely believe that they would carry out a nuclear strike. Primarily because, as you said, I don't feel like the Chinese military, as it stands right now, is, as the president would. It's not up to his standard. It's not where he wants it to be. And so all these other different measures that they're trying to do now is trying to essentially prepare the population for war.
That's right. Absolutely. And you see that in the tensions between China and Japan over the Senkaku Islands, which are essentially just big boulders protruding from the ocean. I don't know if you've seen them, but they're just rocks. They're just giant rocks.
Yeah.
And they had that tension over the Senkaku, tensions over the, I want to say the East China Sea. So there's all of that going on. And Taiwan and China and Japan are allies. They've been allies for a very long time. Japan has a long history of being active within Taiwan. I believe Japan was very much so active in the buildup of innovation in Taiwan. So they have been allies for a very long time. And I am totally foreseeing a Japanese-Chinese war. And the other thing that you have to keep in mind is the very bloody history that exists between Japan and China, more so on the Chinese side. And what I mean by that is the fact that the Japanese butchered millions of Chinese people. back in World War II. They invaded China, and they did a genocide on the Chinese people, and they butchered so many countless lives, raped so many countless people. They even cannibalized people. It was horrendous. Horrendous what the Japanese did to the Chinese. And the thing is that crime has never really been brought to reconciliation. There has been no repentance. There's no redemption that's happening because the Japanese will still deny that they did anything wrong. And so many hundreds of Japanese politicians have denied doing anything wrong. And they have a temple in Japan. I don't know if you've seen this. It's called the what's it called? There's a temple in Japan where they essentially believe that the souls of those who fought and died for Japan in World War II are living. And in the 1960s, I believe, or somewhere, a number of decades ago, the Japanese decided to deify actual war criminals in this temple. So they believe that Class A war criminals are kami, or gods. Yasukuni Shrine, that's the name of it. I had to look it up real quick. The Yasukuni Shrine. And so it's not like the Japanese are trying to make amends with the Chinese. The Japanese continue to antagonize the Chinese, and they continue to exasperate the tensions with the Chinese by doing stunts like deifying war criminals. And then before Shinzo Abe died, he would do this thing. He did this thing a number of times where he would actually visit the temple just to piss off the Chinese. So all these provocations have happened.
Yeah. I feel like, as you mentioned, there's like this centuries-old rivalry between China and Japan.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like, I don't think if you were to speak to a Japanese person or you were to speak to a Chinese person, the average, person who lives on, has their daily life, if you were to ask them, would you go to war with either side? I think, generally speaking, the general population wouldn't be interested in the conflict. However, bearing in mind the history of the two nations, I feel like if war was to break out, both sides, the people who are for the war, they would be so vicious and they'll be so full of hate and so full of rage that a Japanese war between Japan and China would just be absolutely devastating.
Absolutely,
for both sides. I think absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is that the Japanese, they also brutalized not only the Chinese, but they brutalized the Koreans as well. They raped so many Korean women. They would force a lot of Korean women into sex slavery. And the thing is that the one thing that unites the North Koreans and the South Koreans is a hatred for Japan. That's the one thing that unites them. Is they both hate the Japanese.
Yeah.
Because of what the Japanese did to their great-grandparents, their grandparents. So, who knows? Maybe one day, I doubt it, but maybe one day you'll see the North and the South unite against the Japanese. Because that's the one thing that unites them. And I remember reading years ago, if there's one thing that the North Koreans, there's one country that the North Koreans hate more than any other country, it's Japan. It's not South Korea. It's not even the United States. It's Japan. And if you read about what the Japanese did to the Koreans, you'll understand why.
I can see that being the case. However, let's say a hypothetical situation. Let's say so China has gone to war with Taiwan, and because North Korea is an ally of China, that's caused tensions between South Korea and North Korea.
Mm-hmm.
And naturally, South Korea is an ally of the United States, and likewise Japan is also. Could you foresee a situation where the Japanese and the South Koreans team up against China and likewise against North Korea? Like, could you ever see that happening?
Say that last part again. Sorry.
So, like, could you ever foresee an alliance between South Korea and Japan against China
Oh, I
or
mean,
North
you already
Korea?
see that though. You already see the South Koreans and the Japanese are already allies
Right.
against the Chinese. Absolutely, yeah. That's why I'm saying I
Yeah. So,
doubt that
like,
this will happen.
right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just me dreaming.
Right.
It's in my mind. Like maybe one day they'll unite for this
Right.
reason.
Yeah. Yeah.
But who knows? Who knows what will happen? Now, when you
Yeah.
were in
Who
the
knows?
when you were in the military, did they ever talk about Germany, the importance of Germany?
They did mention Germany a few times, but it was generally just to say, well, Germany's a great ally of the UK, and like
Oh,
we got
okay.
joint, yeah, that kind of thing. It was never really a situation where they said, oh, in the future, Germany's going to be taking the lead in,
Right, right.
any future conflict. It was more just affirming what we already know is that, there's a joint like contract between Germany and the UK to like work on like because like we rely heavily on German engineering for
Mm-hmm.
warplanes, tanks, etc. Because like Germany has some of the best engineers in the world,
Mm-hmm.
and so like there's a lot of like back and forth collaboration on like new technologies, new weapon systems, etc.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, they never really mentioned because like I feel like a lot of people, especially like in the military and in the government, don't realize is that there's a Fourth Reich already in existence,
That's right. Yeah.
but because it's so like early stages, they can't see where it's going to lead to. So like they're just assuming that it's the same old West Germany that we've had since the end of the Second World War.
That's right.
But
Yeah.
they haven't seen the evolution, and they haven't seen how Germany really now has become essentially independent of the US. Like Germany's self-sufficient. They're not relying on anyone.
Mm-hmm.
And like Germany very easily could take the lead in a war against Russia. So
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
I guess essentially what they're doing is they're creating a monster. Really, they're creating a situation where Germany's slowly being incubated into potentially the next, global superpower, which can potentially rival Russia.
Absolutely, and that's what people don't understand. Germany has a population of what is it, like 60 something million people, and if it had to, it could amass an army in the millions. That's what people don't understand. Plus European allies like the Scandinavian countries or like the Netherlands or other European countries. With those allies, it could amass armies of tens of millions, actually. That's what people don't understand. There's 500 million people living in the European Union. So it's not impossible for that to happen. That's what people don't understand. People don't understand that the Germans can amass a military force just as big as it did, if not bigger than it did when it was running the Third Reich.
Yeah.
Yeah. But there's an article I found here in the news, came out today. It says here, from Friday, July 12th, the supply of arms to Ukraine and the training of Ukrainian soldiers in Europe will begin to be coordinated through a new NATO headquarters in Wiesbaden, Germany. And this is what I was talking to you when I mentioned how the Europeans are planning on Trump-proofing NATO. They're already working on a new NATO headquarters in Germany. It's going to be the head of NATO's European Command Center. This is all about giving the Germans the mantle to run the show in Europe. Because, like I said, the Americans want to focus more on China.
Exactly.
Yeah. So there's going to be a revival in German power, revival in Japanese power. And under Trump, when Trump was president, remember what Trump said? He said, we're done with Syria, let someone else handle it. Well, who's that someone else? That someone else was Turkey. So you have the three prongs of America: Japan, Germany, Turkey. All three of these countries have a history of genocide. And these are the countries that the U.S. is empowering. So it's going to be nothing good. I don't really... my view of the future is quite bleak. And I don't know. I don't want to sound harsh, but are you sure the military is a good career for you?
So yes and no. And the reason why I say that is because the whole reason why I even joined the military in the first place was primarily due to a lack of other opportunities
Oh,
in
okay.
employment. So obviously coming off the back of COVID, like the UK economy isn't doing very well. I've just left college at that time. So like I was trying to get a job in like the trades. So I studied plumbing. And like for a solid year, I was applying all over. I was applying for apprenticeships. I was applying for, just regular work as a daily plumber. And like I literally couldn't get anything. I couldn't get anything. Despite, what they were telling us while we're doing the qualification, they were saying, oh, when you get out, you could be earning, £1,000 a week, doing plumbing work. And, there's plenty of opportunities. The industry, we need plumbers, we need electricians, et cetera, et cetera. But then when you get out of trade school, there's actually zero opportunities. No one's hiring, and if they are hiring, they're paying you freaking, less than a livable wage. And it's just what that does is it creates a little bit of desperation, but at the same time, it makes you kind of like think more outside the box. So like you think less constrained and you think to yourself, well, I'm just going to try and find other ways of making money. So rather than going out and like selling drugs or anything like that
Right.
crazy, I just decided, well, who's always hiring? Who's always looking for? And likewise, my demographic, young male, single, unemployed, who really like is really hiring from that demographic? The military. They're always hiring. They're struggling to get people to sign up. They're offering all manner of different benefits. Your housing's taken care of, your food is
Right.
taken care of. Like I literally pay no bills. I don't pay any bills besides my phone bill, and that's about it really. So like as it stands right now, I'm in a good position. I've actually, for the first time in my life, I've actually got savings. You know, I very rarely spend my money. Most of my money just sits in my bank account anyways. Because like, I'm not going out and buying all manner of like consumable goods. I'm mainly just stationed at the base and just going for my training. But obviously, that's one side of it. The downside to it is obviously we're living in such a volatile situation at the moment in terms of geopolitics, and like at any moment something big could kick off, whether it's between I don't know Greece and Turkey or Israel and Iran, China and Taiwan. At any moment the world could just go over a tipping point, and being in the military, it's one of those things where you hear stories of like troops stationed in X country who've sadly passed away due to, I don't know, some ethnic conflict or whatever, and they just happen to be stationed there, So that's always in the back of my mind, being in the military. However, one thing that I am certain of is that I'm only going to do the first 4 years, because the way it works in this country is you sign a 12-year contract. However, the first 4 years, they're not necessarily mandatory, but you won't be given full leave until you've done 4 years. And then once you've done 4 years, that's when you can decide whether you have to renew your contract manually. It doesn't automatically renew. So I just decided to myself, I said, I'm going to only do the initial 4 years. And then after that, I'm just going to see if I can get into something else. Primarily why I joined the military is to get more qualifications. So like, for example, because I joined an armored unit, they give you your driver's license, and they also give you a heavy goods vehicle license, and they also give you track vehicle license. So that's 3 licenses that I've got now.
Wow.
And also you get different things in terms of like you get like a engineering qualification from it. But like there's all manner of different benefits. You get to travel the world, which is something that I definitely at my age I couldn't afford to do. So like there's definitely a lot of benefits to joining the military. It's not all doom and gloom. It's just that we're living in a situation which is highly volatile. It's highly unstable. So like at any moment, something really bad could happen. But I'm just the way I look at it now is let's just try and get 3 4 years relatively peaceful. God forbid anything should happen. But it's definitely not something that I want to do long term. It's definitely not something that I'm going to make like a career out of or that I'm going to stay with. It's mainly just to try and get benefits from it. And I feel like that's a lot of people who now that's a reason why a lot of people join. They definitely don't join because of some kind of like patriotism or
Right.
because they
Yeah.
have pride and
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, a lot of people mainly it's just because they want an easy life. They want to be taken care of. They want to have, being able to have a roof over their head that they don't have to pay,
Mm-hmm.
ridiculous amount of rent for.
Right.
They want to have different opportunities. A lot of people who join it, they come from, poor ethnic backgrounds and they just want to make something of themselves. So that's part of the reason why I joined.
Understandable. Understandable. Well, I really wish the best of luck to you, my friend. And
I
I
appreciate
definitely enjoyed this conversation.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
100%. I enjoyed it too.
Absolutely. We'll talk again then.
Absolutely.
All right, sir. All right, man. God bless you.
God bless you too.
All right,
Take care.
Bye-bye. Hello?
Yep.
Oh, I'm wondering how do I end this thing? Oh, here it is. End.
Yeah.
Here it is. All right. I'll see you later.
Take care.
Bye-bye. Alrighty then. That was fun. Let's screen capture. All right. All right, guys. We're going to continue the stream as normal. Let's play some music. My microphone was not working initially. I don't know why, but I just unplugged my microphone and I pulled out 2 plugs from the soundboard and just replugged them back in, and then they just started working. So yeah, there it is. Desktop audio. All right, so I read your guys' comments. Hello, Enlightened Hermit. Just turned in a bit late. No, you're just fine. This is a really good channel, pretty addicting. Watch so many videos going back years. Very prescient, Theo. I appreciate that, Fred. Mr. Bossman says, I don't think many Western civilians are ready for a full-on draft. I agree. First line of defense could very well be either Finland or the Baltic states, yeah, or Poland. Given the fact that Poland borders right with Leningrad. Not Leningrad, what's wrong with me? Borders right with that region. What's it called? Kaliningrad. NATO will likely attack the warm water ports Russia has in the Black Sea, as the great powers did during the Crimean War. Yeah, I could see that happening. Hello, Lydia. Yep, we're here early because the British gentleman that I spoke with is in a different time zone, so I had to start the stream a little bit earlier. Orban is as duplicitous as Lukashenko. I don't trust that Orban guy. I think he's some kind of an equal opportunist. He'll put his feet in the river of the EU, and then he'll put his feet on the river of Russia. Zelensky is just corrupt. Most of the money isn't going to the soldiers. That's right. A lot of the weapons are being sold in the black market. That's right. Trench warfare was a nightmare in the Great War. I can't imagine it with drones. That's complete nightmare. Yeah, nothing good. Joe is not in control of America. I agree. I completely agree. I don't think that guy's in control of anything. I'll be honest with you. I think he's just a face, and he's a pawn, a ploy, a prop, and that's all there is. I don't believe that guy's in control. He doesn't really have all of his mental faculties working intact. So I don't disagree with you at all. Hundreds want to join new Ukrainian Legion in Poland. I've heard about this. This is very, very disturbing that they want to form a Ukrainian Legion within Poland. I mean, it sounds like you're bringing back the Banderites. You're bringing back the SS Galatian or Nightingale. Hundreds want to join, etc. I learned yesterday that after the formation of NATO, that Eisenhower said that if American troops are still in Europe in 15 years, then NATO was a failure. Well, it's been longer than 15 years, and NATO is still in Europe. But who knows? Maybe one day Trump will... Maybe one day Trump, if Trump becomes president, he's going to say, yeah, Eisenhower said this, guys... which means that NATO has been a failure. Russia did that because it was not in its initial intention. That's why it pulled back its 60,000 troops from Kiev when negotiations were agreed in Constantinople, Istanbul. Just so people know what you're talking about. Anyone with half a brain knows this. Well, apparently there's a lot of people out there who have half brains then. Obviously, they're going to cede territory. What other choice do they have? That's right. Either they cede territory, or a giant European alliance gets involved to save Ukraine from Russia. Hello, Sweet Body Fit. Hello, Goose Hunter. No one cares about Ukrainians. You're right. You're not wrong. That's why they send them off as cannon fodder. It's very sad. I actually feel bad for the Ukrainians. I'll be honest with you guys. I do. I feel bad for them. I can't help but feel sorry for them. I hear about them being slaughtered like that. I feel bad. It needs to stop. I mean, the fighting needs to stop. There needs to be some kind of a ceasefire. Making some tomato sauce from all the tomatoes in my vegetable garden. How many tomatoes did you get? Was it a big yield? How big was the yield? Nice combo. Theo, appreciate that. Enlightened Hermit. Sweet Body Fit sounds delicious. Too much soy in the Chinese diet is making the Chinese men effeminate. I don't know. Dude, every Chinese exchange student I had in my fitness class was ridiculously weak. Well, I mean... yeah, I mean, when I was going to school, the Chinese kids were always nerds. The Asian dudes, they were usually just nerds. But do not underestimate the determination of the Oriental people. They are a very, very stubborn and determined people. If you don't believe me, look at the Sino-Japanese War during World War II, how the Chinese faced the Japanese. Even after so many of their people had been butchered, they were still determined enough. They still had the teeth to fight against the Japanese and to dig their heels into the ground and put up an immense resistance. So do not underestimate the Asian people. Maybe because of the fluoride buildup in the pineal gland. I grew 5 tomato plants and only got 5 small tomatoes. 3 of the plants died to fungus. You see, which state do you live? Are you in Florida? Which state do you live in? Tomatoes are very, very tricky. They're very finicky plants. You really have to learn... which breeds work well, which varieties of tomatoes work well in your region, and then you also have to understand the right fertilizer, how much phosphorus, all that stuff. Florida, I mean, people can grow really well in Florida. I'm pretty certain that you can grow tomatoes really successfully in Florida, but I think you need to probably change your soil, phosphorus, calcium, nitrogen. Getting the right levels of those 3 individual nutrients is very important for tomato growing. And then also just getting the right varieties. I, for one, do not grow tomatoes. I don't grow tomatoes. I just don't, because... I just don't grow them because they're very finicky. I don't like growing things that are finicky. I don't like growing things that require a lot of effort. I like to make things as low effort as possible. So I grow a lot of peppers, because peppers, especially sweet peppers, are going to be higher in maintenance because of the fact that they're sweet. But peppers that are very hot don't require a lot of maintenance. The hotter they are, the more low maintenance they are. So I prefer just to grow hot peppers, lots of basil. Basil doesn't require any maintenance. Very little maintenance, I should say. Eggplants don't require much maintenance, so growing a lot of eggplant and things like that. Have you ever made a video on how the society of the Weimar Republic led to the rise of Hitler? A little bit, yes, I have. I've talked about the communist conspiracies that were happening in the Weimar Republic before the rise of Hitler, how you had communists who were loyal to the Soviet Union, who were conspiring for revolutions to make Germany basically a vassal of the Soviet Union. You had the Spartacist uprising, and then you also had the revolution that was led at least partially by Eugene Levine. And all these guys were Marxist. They wanted Germany to be a communist state or a Marxist state. They were all loyal to the Marxists back in the Soviet Union. They were all really reverers of Vladimir Lenin. And that was one of the reasons as to why people voted for Hitler. But another thing also that got the Nazis popular was the horrendous level of degeneracy that existed in the Weimar Republic. You had, for example, the biggest LGBT organization in the world was in Germany. Most people don't know this, but this is the truth. It was in Germany. The biggest LGBT organization in the world was in Germany, and it was led by a Jewish man, whose name I do not remember. And when the Nazis took over, the Nazis took his entire library and they burned all of his books. Magnus Hirschfeld, that was his name. Magnus Hirschfeld was a Jewish homosexual activist who led the biggest LGBT organization in the world at his time. He fled the Nazis after the Germans won. He didn't want to go back to Germany because he knew that it would mean his death. And the Germans burned all of his books. They destroyed his entire library. You meant aiding? Weimar transition to Third Reich is a perfect example of evil breeds evil. That's correct. Basil will keep the bugs away. Yeah, nothing really eats basil. Not even birds eat basil, which is awesome. This round of tomatoes made a gallon of sauce. That's awesome. Genghis Khan. That's correct, yeah. But I don't think Genghis Khan, yeah. I grew 5 tomato plants. Yeah, tomatoes are very annoying. I don't like growing them. Isn't Turkey hanging up of the Euphrates? That's right, yep. Turkey has also been bombing civilian areas in the Kurdish region of Iraq, and there's been a lot of farmland that has been destroyed because of Turkish bombardment. Magog is most likely China in the Bible. I completely disagree. I completely disagree with that. I don't think there's any evidence to show that Magog is China. In fact, there's a verse in the Bible that speaks of the region of Sinim, and Sinim is China. And it says, let me look it up real quick. Sinim, Isaiah 49. Behold, there shall come from afar, and lo, these from the north and from the west, and these from the land of Sinim. So it speaks of the people of Sinim, people of China, coming to praise God, to worship God. And speaking of Chinese people. So I don't really see China being Magog. Let me read the whole verse. I'm trying to find the whole verse in context here. It says, oh yeah, behold, these shall come from afar, and lo, these from the north and from the west, and these from the land of Sinim, China. Sing, O heavens, and be joyful, O earth, and break forth into singing, O mountains, for the Lord hath comforted his people, and will have mercy upon his afflicted. So people of China will be on God's side in the end. Do you have a book recommendation for the time period of the end of Byzantium and the rise of the Ottomans? I do, but it's not on that specific. I have books that talk about this, but it's not on that specific subject, and I don't remember any of their names. There's a great book on the Battle of Manzikert. Manzikert was the battle that really marked the end of Byzantium. It's called The Synopsis of Byzantine History by John Skylitsis, and most of the book is on. Well, a big chunk of the book, I should say, is on the Battle of Manzikert. And the Battle of Manzikert, like I said, is what really marked the beginning of the decline of the Byzantine Empire. Yeah. A Synopsis of Byzantine History. It's a great, great book. Beautifully written book. Very, very graphic, very detailed. Oh, yeah, I heard about the monument in Warsaw. Yeah, they have a big statue in Poland of a child being skewered. Literally, the statue shows a Polish child on top of a harpoon or a trident. It's a Ukrainian trident, and the Polish child is impaled by the trident. This is the actual memorial. And they built the memorial in honor of all those who were butchered by the Ukrainians. And I see that sort of thing, and I just wonder to myself, how in the hell can we seriously say with a straight face that Poland and Ukraine are serious allies? I don't think they're serious allies. In fact, I think that Poland would leave Ukraine under the bus. I don't see Poland really going gung-ho, boots on the ground for Ukraine, unless there is something in it for Poland, and that would be territory. Because remember, a lot of Western Ukraine used to be a part of Poland, especially the Lvov region. But much of Western Ukraine was Polish, and I can totally see Poland putting soldiers in Ukraine to cede territory for itself. Other than that, I don't see Poland really sacrificing itself for Ukraine. On Sunday, the monument of the Volyn massacre will be unveiled in the Polish commune of Domostov on the 81st anniversary of this event. No one from the Polish government allowed the construction. So who built it? That's the reality for how the military gets populated, tanking economies. What happened to your headphones? They actually just stopped working. I have no idea why. I have these Astro 50s or whatever, and I paid like $75 for them. And they were working really well for a while, but they just literally just stopped working. I don't know why. I've unplugged it, plugged it back in, I've reset it, I've rebooted the whole system, I've done everything that I could possibly... I've done every method that I could possibly find or think of. And to no avail, it just doesn't work. So I'm using these $5 Korean headphones, and you know what? They work just as good. Why do you think the Allies didn't overthrow Franco after World War II? I have no idea. Maybe because Franco was anti-communist? And they were in the middle of the Cold War, so they couldn't afford to overthrow a guy who was anti-communist. Most inexpensive and most effective solution is to broadcast Walid Shuba and Christian Prince lectures on loudspeakers, forcing Muslims to listen to the truth about Islam. Wow. And where do you propose that this happen? There was something that I wanted to read to you guys I found was really interesting. I wanted to read this to you guys. I thought this was really, really interesting. I thought this was really interesting, guys. This was an article. There was an article that was published on Haaretz. This is an article that was written by one of the orchestrators of the Oslo Accords. His name is Ron Pundak. And Ron Pundak made a prediction for Israel back in 1999. So back in the late 90s, Ron Pundak, one of the orchestrators of the Oslo Accords, made a prediction for the future state of Israel. And I want to read them to you guys. I thought this was very interesting. Let me show you guys this article real quick. Polish punk, always. Always. I love this music. It's so good. Let me show it. No, is that it? Nope, this is not it. Not the article. I wish I could know the lyrics for this song. The band that made this song never put out their lyrics online. I actually called up the band one time. And I talked to a guy from the band, and he told me that he'll send me the lyrics, but he never did. What happened to the black fellow? Let's not use that terminology here, okay? The interview is over. We had a very pleasant interview. In Quran, Yajuj and Majuj is Gog and Magog, which supposedly Alexander the Great helped build the Great Wall of China. Yeah, I don't know what that's referring to exactly. Random question about what are your thoughts on this guy who's saying that the rise of neo-Nazism will be dressed as a pro-Christian movement that will ally with the Islamists. I mean, it's entirely possible. I could totally see trad Catholics and right-wing people who claim Christianity working with Muslims against the Jews or against other people. I could totally see that happening. But what does Hawk to what? Oh boy, here we go. Every time I stream, you got these people who come on here. All right, here we go. I was looking at some Bannerlord gameplay. I love that game, by the way. I don't know if you guys ever play it. I want to show you guys this article here. I wanted to show you guys this article here. Look what this guy says. He made this prediction back in the 1990s. This guy was one of the orchestrators of the Oslo Accords, and his name was Ron Pundak. One of the orchestrators of the Oslo Accords. This is what he had to say. What will happen? Back in the 90s, he was making this prediction. What will happen from this point on? Here are a few main negative scenarios. The deterioration of the peace process, whether due to mistaken policy or the caprices of Israeli governments and or a similar policy supported by neighboring Arab states, to the point of a war of one kind or another. At this stage, the key is largely in Israel's hands. In such a negative eventuality, it's likely that Egypt and Jordan will revert to the circle of hostility or violence against Israel, and this is possible because half of Egypt is Muslim Brotherhood. So half of Egypt wants war with Israel. And then in Jordan, the majority of people are Palestinians, and they want violence with Israel. That's one thing we have to keep in mind here. The West Bank and the Gaza Strip will undergo a process of Lebanization and confront guerrilla warfare. So he's saying here that the Palestinians will try to fight the Islamists in their populations. If Israel lacks the skills to treat its Arab citizens properly, the result could be the emergence of an intifada in various forms within the country. Nationalist forces will be strengthened to the point... Now he's talking about Israeli nationalism here. Nationalist forces will be strengthened to the point where a government that assumes conservative and even fascist tendencies, which will join forces with extreme religious elements, will come to power. And we're already seeing a sample of this with the far-right nationalist parties currently in the Knesset in a coalition with the Likud party. But he's saying that eventually these far-right parties could just take over Israel. These far-right nationalists could take over Israel. In this case, the result will be a society torn apart from within. So tensions between different factions within Israel. Moreover, the conflict... Let me make sure the music is not too loud. Moreover, the conflict between the state and its Arab minority will intensify to the point of a violent confrontation aimed at achieving a degree of autonomy for the minority within the state. So the Arabs are going to try to form some kind of a state within Israel, or they'll just go to the West Bank, who knows, as will the struggle between the government and progressive and liberal forces in Israel's Jewish society. So violence between the Jews themselves, not just between the Jews and the Arabs, but between the Jews themselves. Israel will find itself isolated. I think this is going to happen. I think eventually Israel will be isolated from much of the world. I think that Israel is going to be considered a pariah state, a rogue state, and it's not going to have the international support that it's enjoying right now. My headphones just broke. Hold on. There we go. And I think what's going to happen is, as Israel, if Israel ever gets if Israel ever gets isolated, Israel's just going to say, the world is not putting fetters on us. Let's do what we want. And the violence is only going to get worse. The settler violence is only going to get worse. Nationalist violence is only going to get worse. And that is going to exasperate the tensions between the moderates and the fanatics in Israel. And those exasperations will eventually just erupt into violence. So it says here that Israel's economy will be dramatically weakened and a flight of elites and entrepreneurs will ensue. So a lot of people are going to be leaving Israel. And a lot of people have already left Israel. Hundreds of thousands of people have left Israel. You can look into this. This scenario could take place separately or in conjunction with the one mentioned above, regardless of the diplomatic process taking place, or perhaps precisely because of its success. Escalation and extreme exasperation of the struggles between the religious and secular communities within Israeli society are likely to the point of violence that could give rise to pockets of civil war. So violence between the Jews. In such a situation, a process of separation is liable to occur within the Israeli public along the lines that are already emerging in cities such as Jerusalem, Bnei Brak, and Beit Shemesh, so where all of the Orthodox people are, or the nationalist people are, or in the form of establishment of different living spaces or cantons for each population group, etc., etc. So what this guy is saying is that there's going to be massive violence between the Jews and Israel, and this was something that was... Rasko Milicic is asking, what are you reading that from? I'm reading this from Haaretz. This is an article that was written by Ron Punlak, who was one of the orchestrators of the Oslo Accords. And Ron Punlak made this prediction back in the 1990s that Israel would eventually split up to the point of horrendous violence. So there you go. There you go. So I think it's quite obvious that this is going to happen. I think it's quite obvious that the Israelis are just going to implode into sectarian violence between each other. The era of pro-Israel evangelization or evangelicalism is going away. Gen Z will not care whatsoever about Israel. I agree. Yeah, I agree. Why is calling someone a black fellow a derogatory term? Here we go. Do you think that Christians will ever control Constantinople? Yes. I think it's going to be done through Russia. Oh, by the way, I want to do a book review for you guys. Let me get the book. I want to do a book review for Norman Finkelstein's book on Gaza. Have I ever gone to a pilgrimage? I went to the Vatican, and I thought that was going to be a pilgrimage, and it wasn't. It was more of a nightmare. So I got done reading this book this week. It's called Gaza. And oh my God, these fucking cheap ass headphones. Oh my God. So I got done reading this book. It's called Gaza, An Inquest into Its Martyrdom by Norman Finkelstein. And I bought this book when it first came out. I bought this book in 2018. And I did not read it until now. What took me so long to open up this book? I'll be honest with you guys, I was a little bit nervous before reading this book. I was a little bit nervous before reading this book. And there's a reason as to why I was nervous before reading this book. Because you have to understand, my father was a member of the PLO, and my father left Islam, and he converted to Christianity, and my dad became a Zionist. So I grew up with Zionism. I grew up to be a Zionist, and I was always very, very pro-Israel. I would get into arguments with teachers and other students over the case of Israel. And I am still sympathetic to Israel. I still am, but with reservations. I am not, I don't have the same exact position that I did, I don't know, 15 years ago. I have a different position. Israel definitely has the right to exist. Israel definitely has the right to defend itself. But this idea that Israel is this righteous country and that we have to support Israel because we're Christian is just garbage. And this idea that Hamas is the villain and Israel is the good guy. There's not exactly any good guys in this conflict, in my opinion. Now, Norman Finkelstein does sympathize with Hamas to a certain extent. He's critical of Hamas, but to a certain extent, he is sympathetic to Hamas. I'm not really sympathetic with Hamas because I understand that, and even Norman Finkelstein has admitted to this, Hamas is a repressive organization. It's Islamist, it's repressive, it's for Sharia law. It's not really a good organization, and it's not something that I don't think we should be supporting. At the same time, Israel has done horrendous war crimes. But going back to why I was afraid to open up this book, it's because I knew when I start reading this book, I'm going to learn about war crimes. And I'm going to have to start talking about these war crimes that I have learned in this book. Which means I'm going to sound like the opposite of what I was raised to be. And that's where the fear comes in, right? That's where the fear came in. And it wasn't a full-blown fear, but there was a degree of fear there, right? I was afraid of going on camera, talking about war crimes, talking about how I learned things from Norman Finkelstein, because I knew about Norman Finkelstein when I was in high school. Most people who are watching Norman Finkelstein right now only heard about him after October the 7th. They only heard about him after October the 7th when Israel began to bombard Gaza. I knew about Finkelstein back in my high school days. And I can tell you, there was a time when my father was invited to come onto Press TV. Press TV is an Iranian news outlet. It's kind of like the RT of Iran. My father was invited to speak on Press TV. My dad spoke on Press TV. And then right after my dad got off the phone, Norman Finkelstein came on. So I know that Norman Finkelstein knows who my dad is. And I know that Norman Finkelstein probably has issues with my father. More than likely has issues with my father. I don't know. But for me to read this book seemed, I didn't want to give the impression that I was becoming the opposite of something that I was raised to be, right? Becoming the opposite of what I was raised to be. But at the same time, I was raised to always pursue truth, right? I was raised to follow the facts. That's what I was raised to do. I was taught you should follow the truth, follow the facts, follow righteousness. Doesn't matter who does it. And even my father has changed his language, his way of thinking when it comes to Israel. Over the past 6 or 7 years, my father has really reevaluated his position. And now my dad and I will watch Norman Finkelstein and we will agree with much of what he has to say. So a lot of change has taken place. And that's a good thing, because if we're not changing, then we're robots, and we don't want to be robots. So I said to myself, okay, I'm going to read this book. I'm going to open up the pages. I'm going to read it. I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to do videos on it. And I did. I've done a number of videos based on this book. And the part of the book, see, the book most of the book is him criticizing Amnesty International. That's most of the book, is him criticizing Amnesty International. He criticizes Amnesty International because Amnesty International released a report about how we should look at the war just reviewing both sides and condemning both sides and treating and not acting biased for one side or the other. But the problem, according to Finkelstein, is that Amnesty International came along and said things like, well, Israel had some legitimate targets, or Israel did this strike, but Israel says that there was a legitimate target, so that's why it did this strike, even though civilians were killed. And while Amnesty International would say things like, Israel should not have done those strikes, even if there was a legitimate target. Israel should not have done those strikes. And so Finkelstein will come in and say things like, but you've already said that Israel did war crimes. You've already said that this is a war crime. So why do you have to say, well, there was a legitimate strike, or Israel said there was a legitimate strike? And that was the issue that Finkelstein was having with Amnesty International, is that there was this sort of double speak that was happening. Much of the book is criticizing these organizations, especially Amnesty International, but he criticizes the UN later on. For me, the part of the book where it really shines, or I should say the parts of the book where Finkelstein really shines, is when he gets into the nitty-gritty details of the war crimes. I think talking about war crimes is the best way to talk about the problems with Israel. It's to talk about the war crimes. Because that's when people wake up. Sometimes we kind of get lost in the weeds in the legal lingo, the legal language. But you can really lose a lot of people with that, because it can be it's very tedious to get into legalities. Norman Finkelstein does get a little bit into legalities, but he also focuses a lot on the war crimes. And this is where I think the book shines, is the war crimes aspect. I like when he says, for example, and he says this many times, he'll put a quote. I like when he does this. He does this many times. He will put a quote from Amnesty International, where Amnesty International will detail a war crime that Israel has done. And Amnesty International will say, okay, Israel struck this building, or Israel struck this area next to a school, and then this many civilians died. And Amnesty International will say in its statement that this was a war crime, or that this was a violation of humanitarian law. But then Amnesty International will also say, but Israel said that it had a legitimate target. And Finkelstein will argue that, why is Amnesty International mentioning the argument of Israel? Why can't Amnesty International just present the facts that these are war crimes, right? And this is the biggest problem that Finkelstein has with Amnesty International, that it will sort of try to placate the Israelis while also condemning or exposing the Israelis at the same time. My favorite part of the book was his chapter on the Goldstone report. I thought that this was the best part of the book because the book gets into the nitty-gritty of the war crimes, but the Goldstone report gets into the graphic details of war crimes, and it's very heavy. And there's a lot of weight in the Goldstone report because of the fact that the author of the Goldstone report was a Zionist. Not only was he a Zionist, but he was a reputable jurist from South Africa, a very reputable South African jurist. Goldstone was commissioned after Operation Cast Lead to write a report on Operation Cast Lead. So Operation Cast Lead happened. They said it was a war. It wasn't really a war. It was more of a massacre. It was more of a shooting crabs in a barrel type of situation, where Israel just bombarded the shit out of Gaza, killed over 1,000 people, and then said it was a war. And what happened was that there was a ceasefire between Israel and Gaza. Israel broke the ceasefire. This is a fact. Israel broke the ceasefire when it went into Gaza, and it assassinated several Hamas leaders. So Israel broke the ceasefire. Hamas retaliated by hitting Israel with rockets. Israel said, oh, look, we're being bombed. And these rockets they rarely ever kill anyone. They're not the biggest threat in the world. But nonetheless, Israel said, look, Hamas has bombed us. We are going to now bomb Gaza. So they went into Gaza in this operation known as Operation Cast Lead. And they killed over 1,000 people. According to Norman Finkelstein, 1,400 people were killed, 1,200 of whom were civilians. Thousands of homes were destroyed. Tremendous amounts of property was completely destroyed. And after the after the war, the United Nations wanted to start a investigation, a fact-finding mission on Operation Cast Lead. The problem with these fact-finding missions is that Israel will always laugh them off. Oh, the UN did a report. Oh, that's the UN. They're biased. Oh, Amnesty International did a report. That's Amnesty International. They're biased. Oh, the Al Mazin Center did a report. Who cares about the Al Mazin Center, right? Who cares about any of these centers? They're all just garbage. Human Rights Watch did a report. Who cares about Human Rights Watch? They're a bunch of biased anti-Israel activists. Who cares? So the UN goes to a reputable jurist from South Africa who is a Zionist, very pro-Israel guy. His wife was very pro-Israel. His daughter was a pro-Israel activist. So they got a guy who was pro-Israel to do a fact-finding mission on a military operation led by Israel. So you would think that the Goldstone report would have been sympathetic to Israel. But it wasn't. The Goldstone report was filled with facts on war crimes, filled with graphic details on war crimes done by Israel. So now the world was listening. Now Israel, especially, was all ears. Because now they couldn't say, well, the UN is a biased organization, so who cares about what the UN has to say? Now they had to listen because it was a Zionist that was writing it. So in other words, a Zionist had to admit that Israel was doing war crimes. It was much more powerful. And the biggest war crime that was recorded in the Goldstone report was of a massacre of a family. It was the massacre of the, I want to say it was the Al-Samuni family. This massacre is known as the Zaytun killings. And what happened was that this family, the Samuni family, they owned a lot of property in Gaza. They had, and all their properties were in this one big block, this one city block. So it's very common when Middle Eastern people get involved in real estate investment, things like that. It's very common for them to own a bunch of houses, and then they will give each family member and their wives and their kids a house, right? This is very common. So a wealthy Palestinian guy will buy a bunch of properties, or he'll build a bunch of properties, and they're all on the same street, and then he'll give all of his kids a house. Right? Each kid gets a house. They have their own families in their own houses, and then the houses are all clustered together, so they're all really close to each other. It's kind of like that show Everybody Loves Raymond. You know, it's a very Mediterranean thing. But the Israeli military came in, and they saw that this was a big city block. It was a place to put a lot of military outposts. So what they did was they got the whole Samuni family, and they just crammed them all into one house in the block. They then took over the rest of the houses in the block, and they put about 6 different military outposts within this area. So the military was always watching the Samuni family, seeing what they were doing. They were watching them. And the Samuni family was known in the area, and the Israelis knew what they were doing. So one day, the family got together and said, let's go collect some firewood. And they went out, they collected the firewood. Then as they came back, they were mowed down, and dozens of them were slaughtered. When the Israeli military left that area, some of them left behind some graffiti. And they would say things on the graffiti such as, death to the Arabs, a good Arab is a dead one, that sort of thing. And so they slaughtered dozens of members of this family. The Goldstone report came out and talked about this war crime and gave details on this war crime. For months, the Israeli government was denying it. For months, they were saying this is nonsense, it's all garbage, and they were just being denialists. Eventually, Mr. Goldstone did a lecture, I want to say in Stanford University, and he stood by his account in the lecture. But there was this massive Hosperus campaign to discredit Mr. Goldstone. A massive campaign to discredit Mr. Goldstone, saying that he was a self-hating Jew or whatever nonsense. But for months, Mr. Goldstone stood by his account. And he even did a lecture in Stanford University on the Zaytun killings, on the things that he found. But the pressure was so great. Mr. Goldstone wrote a letter to the New York Times saying, well, I've kind of softened my account. And he wanted the New York Times to publish an article saying that he had softened his account so that he could get the Hosperus off his back. Well, the New York Times told Mr. Goldstone, there's nothing special about what you have to say. Okay, you've sort of softened your position. So what? Well, then Mr. Goldstone writes a bigger letter basically saying that he has changed his position in some ways. So the New York Times publishes the article. And then the Israelis say, oh, look, you see? It was bullshit all along. No, it was because the Hosperus were on this guy's back for so many months that he broke. That's what happened because they had to go against him. They had to go against him because he was dangerous to the Zionist narrative. Do you see what I'm saying? He was dangerous to the Zionist narrative because he was a Zionist who was criticizing Israel. That's very powerful. And that was the threat to the Israeli Hosperus narrative. But what happened? What got Mr. Goldstone to all of a sudden recant? He didn't really recant all that much because if you look at his recantation, not much really changes. Much of the Goldstone report still remains the way it is. But one thing that Goldstone said that he changed his position on was on the Zaytun killings. That was the biggest one. And he said, this is what got me to change my position. There is a photograph of the Zaytun members holding firewood, and you see one of the pieces of wood is kind of long, and it was mistaken to be an RPG. And that's what the Israelis said. So I'm going to have to go by what they had to say. Well, hold on a second. Where is this photo? I spent hours trying to find this photo. I couldn't find this photo anywhere. But the photos, they say the photo exists. They say the photo exists. But here's the thing. It took 22 months for Israel to produce this photo. Between the time that the Goldstone report was published and the time when Mr. Goldstone supposedly received the photo, it was around 22 months. So if Israel was right all along that the Goldstone report was garbage, why in the world did it take you 22 months to produce this one measly photo? And this is the stuff that Mr. Finkelstein points to. And it's amazing that 2 months before his recantation, Mr. Goldstone does a lecture at Stanford University talking about the Zaytun massacre that Israel did. So he was so assured of his position, and then, oh, I changed my mind because of this one photo, which the public hasn't even seen. Where's this photo? I haven't seen it. It's not online. It's nowhere to be found. It's garbage, everyone. It's garbage. It's amazing that Mr. Alan Dershowitz was spearheading the whole campaign against Mr. Goldstone. And it's amazing that Dershowitz said, oh, the Goldstone report is a bunch of garbage. Mr. Goldstone got blocked from speaking in South Africa. And what's amazing is that they were trying to ruin Mr. Goldstone's reputation by saying that, well, when he was a jurist in apartheid South Africa, he was sentencing people to be hung in apartheid South Africa. So Mr. Goldstone is a murderer. Oh, and you know what the response to that was? Very simply put, Israel was one of the biggest supporters of apartheid South Africa. So shut your mouth. And that argument just flew out the window. But this is the stuff that Mr. Finkelstein brings up in his book. And the part of the book where my mind was really rushing and I was getting just this feeling of being disturbed was when he was getting into the nitty-gritty details, the graphic details of what happened in the in Operation Cast Lead, how they were using white phosphorus on civilians. And the Israeli government will come out and say, well, we did this, and we didn't want to kill civilians, and blah, 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 blah. But then you look at the quotes from the soldiers themselves, and the quotes from the soldiers speak a different account. They speak a different account. And Finkelstein informed me in this book of this website that anyone can go to. It's called Breaking the Silence. This is a very informative website that gives you an endless number of quotes from Israeli soldiers on what they did and what they saw during Operation Cast Lead, and how they just destroyed everything that they saw, how they shot civilians, how they laughed at the suffering of civilians. And there was this one story, I got this from Breaking the Silence, where I'm pretty certain this happened in Operation Cast Lead. This unit of soldiers saw this elderly woman walking down the road, and the unit leader said, go on the roof and snipe that woman and kill her. And the sniper went up on the roof and happily obliged, aimed and pulled the trigger and murdered this woman. And there was this other story that I read in Breaking the Silence where the Israelis put a bomb on a door to open the door, to break the door open. And before the bomb could explode, the mother in the house opens the door and she explodes with the door, and her limbs get just stuck on the walls. And the kids walk right into the crime scene and they see their mother smothered on the wall. And the Israeli soldier who saw this recounted how later on, when the soldiers were relaxing, they were laughing about the kids seeing their mother splattered on the wall. This is evil. I don't know what else do you call it but evil. It's evil. But Mr. Finkelstein he doesn't give those stories, but he did open my eyes to the website Breaking the Silence. But he does get into the war crimes that Israel has done, and he gets into the problems, a lot really into the problems of how Amnesty International has reported on these war crimes, and how Amnesty International will try to placate Israel while at the same time exposing war crimes and things of that nature. I did read the appendix, the appendix in the back of the book. The appendix in the back of the book is a very tedious read. It gets very much so into legalities and legal arguments. But other than that, the rest of the book is pretty easy to understand. The thing about Finkelstein is that he repeats himself a lot, but that is not a bad thing. I actually really appreciate when authors repeat themselves, because that way when you're done with the book, you still remember, you still retain a lot of the information that was written about, because it was repeated in different ways in various parts of the book. So because of that repetition, I was able to remember much of what Finkelstein has argued in this book. So if you are interested in the Israeli Gaza, situation and the war crimes that Israel has done, yes, this would be a good book to read. Definitely informative, especially for someone like myself who's I've never read a book on the Israeli-Gaza conflict ever. This is the first book I've ever read. So it's a good for an introduction. It's good for introductory, but it's very informative read. It helped open my eyes. It helped pave the path that I have been treading upon, this path of disillusionment. And I think that is really the process of life. I think life is a process of constantly being disillusioned. I think life is just a constant process of disillusionment. It's you being disillusioned about things that you believed in the past. It's you being disillusioned about what you thought the world was. It's you being disillusioned by whatever ideals you may have had in your life. It is disillusionment. And it reminds me of that wonderful song from, oh God, have mercy. What was the name of that song? Thank You by Alanis Morissette. Why did I forget this singer? Yeah, it reminds me of the song Thank You by Alanis Morissette, where she says, thank you, disillusionment, thank you this and thank you that. And I feel that way many times. I thank disillusionment because disillusionment has opened up my eyes. And while many times I feel a sense of cringe and embarrassment from things that I have said in the past or things that I believed in the past, I also have to understand that I shouldn't be beating up myself so much because we are all on this path of disillusionment. And as long as we are aware of this, I think we will continue to grow as human beings. Yeah, life is a process of constantly being disillusioned. That's right. That's what it is. Life is a process of constantly being disillusioned. That's crazy that AI can designate some. It's horrifying. It really is horrifying. The whole Lavender program in Israel is horrifying. Similar picture from Volhynia. Yeah, similar picture. Although Volhynia was probably worse, but Israel's still, I think, pretty bad. The thing that most disturbed me about the Gaza war is the Lavender AI selecting target. That's correct. Yep. We need more targets. Well, Lavender hasn't provided me any targets. Well, lessen the criteria for what is a terrorist. Oh, okay. That's why the old are so much more bitter. Absolutely. I always wondered why. How come elderly people are so much more angrier? Because they've been through a bunch of bullshit. Should I buy Josephus? Yes. Yes, you should. Absolutely. Complete works. Highly recommend it. I would totally recommend reading his war. Why do Indians support Israel so much? That's a good question. I think it's because I think there's different reasons why. I think at the core of the issue is how Israel has been fighting Muslims. And so India looks at that and says, oh, well, we've been fighting Pakistan. Pakistan is like the Palestinians. The Palestinians are like the Pakistanis. So us and Israel are in the same boat. Another thing that I think plays a role in this is how Indians so desperately want to be white. Indians want to be light-skinned. They are obsessed with being light-skinned. In fact, I would argue that they have been obsessed with light-skinnedness since the Aryans invaded them in the year, 3000 or so BC, 3500 BC. The Aryans came in from the Himalayan mountains and they invaded northern India, and they brought in much of the aspects of Hinduism. They brought in the Rig Veda, all the Vedic texts came from these people. And so part of the case system of these people is the superiority of light-skinnedness. Those who are light-skinned are the descendants of the Aryans, because the Aryans were light-skinned, so they are on the top of the class. Those who are darker, the people who are more closely related, or who are people who are the people who are more closely related to, or who are the Aboriginals of India, are the inferior ones. So they have this obsession with being light-skinned. So anytime you hear about a white nation fighting a dark-skinned nation, the Indians will support it unless it's a light-skinned people fighting Indians. So that's where I think all this ties in. It's partially ideological, it's partially political, but it's also partially psychological in the sense that they see the Israelis as light-skinned people. Also, the Israelis are similar to the Hindus in the sense that there's a lot of Israelis who are kind of scammy, and there's a lot of Indian people who are also scammy. So they see themselves as kindred spirits. Thoughts on the British Raj of India? I don't know. I heard the British killed a lot of people, mistreated the Indians a lot, but at the same time, the British brought in a lot of civilizing things into the country. What else do we got, guys? Guys, I'm gonna get a drink of water. I might bring in some wine, so give me 1 second, okay? That explains why so many Indians like taking selfies with white women. They are, like I said, they are obsessed with being white. There's a lot of self-hatred there. Yes, I've seen the videos where they'll like look at anyone who's white like a zoo animal. Why would anybody want to go to India? I don't know why. I'm gonna drink some Greek wine here. I got a little bit of this is my favorite wine, Kortaki. Beautiful Greek wine that's been chilled. Wonderful Greek wine, guys. Excellent. I love this stuff. Best tasting wine I've ever had. This is Retsina, which is a type of wine made in Greece that's mixed with the sap of a cedar tree. It's absolutely delicious. Where would you go for a pilgrimage? I would go to somewhere in Greece or maybe Cyprus. Maybe, I think Russia or Serbia would be nice. Nice music? Oh, it's great music, yeah. This is Croatian, I believe. I'm at the first 30 minutes. I guess I'm not going to watch all, but just to say I thought it was entirely obvious that U.S. wants war with China, blah, blah, blah. Yes, but the one thing that's not obvious is how the U.S. is going to be using Japan as a proxy. That hasn't really been discussed enough, in my opinion. Have you ever heard about Kushan Empire in India? I think so. I'm not very educated. I'm not educated at all about it. Who is that band? It's a Croatian band. Here, I'll give you the name of the song. Samuvodi. Would you want to go to Mount Athos? I mean, I would like to, but it's very difficult to get into there because you need a special visa. If God in the Bible says his promise to genealogical Israel is eternal, why do Christians say that the promise doesn't apply to genealogical Israel anymore? Because the thing is that if you reject God, why would the promise apply to you? That's the question. You can't be an atheist and hate God and then expect to be accepted by God or expected to be to have salvation. Or you can't. That person doesn't believe in salvation. But if someone is an atheist Jew and they're hating God and they blaspheme God, we can't say, well, that person has salvation no matter what because of his blood. And remember the story of in the book of Jude. Remember what happened? And that was it Jude or the book of Jude. The woman Jude is a Moabite. She's an Arab, and then she converts. She's not of the genealogy of Isaac, but nonetheless she is an Arab. And what does her husband tell her? He says that you will be of my people. You will be my people. Uriah the Hittite was not of the genealogy. He was righteous. There's a lot of righteous people in the Old Testament who weren't of the genealogy of the Jews. But nonetheless, they were righteous. And they were Jews who were utterly wicked, and God destroyed them. So that's what I would say. I don't think that there is a genealogy involved in salvation. I don't think you're saved by blood. I don't think you're saved by race. I think you're saved by grace. You know? What is your go-to country for vacation? I love Spain. I've been to Spain twice. I don't really have a vacation spot. I don't really do vacations. Alone on the Shore. What's your opinion about iconoclasm? I don't like it. What about religious Jews? But now you're bringing up religious Jews. You brought up genealogy. One is so if someone is Jewish and they're saved because they follow Judaism, that's not the same as being saved because of your genealogy, though. And let's not forget, a lot of the people who are Jews today are the descendants of people who converted to Judaism. So even with that argument, by virtue of religion, you're saying that someone is saved, not by virtue of their race. They were assimilated, but they were not of the genealogy of Isaac. So that means that people can be grafted who aren't Jewish. That means I could be grafted. That means that anyone can be grafted. So it's not really about genealogy. It's about a belief system at this point. So we're still saved by grace, not race. So the Old Testament lay out the triune nature of God, that Jews reject his word. They are rejecting him. Right, but that's a separate issue. That's still a religious contention. His point was the promise was given to Jews genealogically, right? But my point is that people were grafted in, and he agrees that people were grafted in. So it's not really about genealogy then, right? By that logic, I could just convert to Judaism and then I would be saved. But I'm not exactly a Hebrew, or maybe I am. I don't know. Didn't Jesus say something like, "For who is a Jew but he who believes in me"? The Bible speaks of circumcision in the spirit. Because the Jews thought that they were saved because they were circumcised. And Paul says that you're saved from spiritual circumcision. What's fascinating is that there is a verse in the book of which one is it? It's in the book of Samuel, where one of the books of Samuel, where King David is fighting against his son Absalom. There's that verse in the Old Testament that says, "And David fought Israel." God was on the side of David. Oh, and who were the allies? It says that all of Israel sided with Absalom. And amongst the allies, who were the allies of David? Who stood by David? Who were the allies of David? It was the Philistines and the Levites. The rest of Israel sided with Absalom. And did God say, "Well, I'm going to side with the rest of Israel because all of Israel sides with Absalom, so I'm going to side with Absalom"? And David, well, he's got a lot of Gentiles in his army. No, God sided with David, even though David's army was not the majority of Israel. David's army consisted of Philistines and some Levites, and that was it. But God preferred those people over the rest of Israel. So it's not about that, me being the descendant of Abraham that gets me saved. You are a Hebrew. Palestinians are partial descendants of Jews who converted under pressure. Well, if you look at the genetic makeup of Palestinians, a lot of them are of Hebrew origin, or they have a relation with Hebrews in some way. There's a lot of genetic overlap even between Palestinians and Ashkenazi Jews. And I think that may be the reason why Palestinians act kind of like the Jews who fought the Romans. I mean, the Jews who fought the Romans, they were fighting at the point of suicide, and Palestinians will fight at the point of suicide. When I was reading how the Jews are described in Josephus's history, I was thinking, man, they act more like Palestinians, just stubborn to death. Greek, Hebrew, Roman. For you are not a true Jew just because you were born of Jewish parents or because you have gone through the ceremony of circumcision. No, a true Jew is one whose heart... That's correct. Yeah. And then also there's a verse in the Gospel of Matthew where John the Baptist is telling the Jewish clergy leaders... He tells the Jewish clergy leaders, "Do not think that we are saved because we are sons of Abraham. For I tell you right now that God can make these very stones into sons of Abraham. However, you should show fruits that evince your righteousness. The tree that beareth not fruit is cut down by an axe and thrown into a fire." He said something roughly like that, which is very odd. I'm now seeing a resurgence, at least on Twitter, of those who believe Israelis are the Aryans. Yeah. There's all sorts of crazy beliefs that are coming out. When neocons say that Israel is our greatest ally, how so? How does Israel help the U.S.? Well, when they say that, what that really means is that Israel is a very powerful technological country that's also a proxy of the United States within the Middle East, right? That's what they're saying. That's why Israel is necessary for the United States, because it's an American foothold in the Middle East. You take out Israel, what do you got? Well, you have all these Arab countries. Okay, fine, but those Arab countries could side with Russia. They could side with China. Whereas in Israel, you have this solidification of an alliance between America and Israel. But it's not as solid as people think because, hey, didn't Israel attack a U.S. naval ship and kill a bunch of Americans at one point in time? Jewish diaspora was caused after the Jews got kicked out of Judea because of the revolt. Few Jews later came back to the Holy Land after Constantine the Great. Something I was looking for here. So this idea, okay, hold on a second here. Jewish diaspora, etc., etc. You will never find that in the Hebrew Bible. This is a Christian innovation. In the Hebrew Bible, an Israeli who was not circumcised was to be cut off from the nation, but the New Testament speaks of circumcision by the heart. Which one is more important, circumcision of the body or circumcision of the heart? If you are circumcised but you're a scoundrel, is that better than being someone who is not physically circumcised but circumcised in the heart and not a scoundrel? And this was the argument of the New Testament. Plus, in the Old Testament, it speaks of how the laws will be written on our hearts, and the law would include circumcision, so the circumcision in the heart. There's a verse in the Old Testament, law will be written on their hearts. Jeremiah 31. But this is the covenant that I will make with the people of Israel after that time. I will put my law in their minds and write it on their hearts. I will be their God and they will be my people. So it still speaks of the law in the heart. In fact, if you go to Paul's letter to the Hebrews in chapter 8, it says, I will put my laws into their minds and write them on their hearts, and I will be their God, and they shall be my people. This verse suggests, etc., etc., Hebrews. So Paul is taking this and he applies it to the circumcision. So even in the Old Testament, it speaks of the law in the heart. The problem is that the Jews were so obsessed with the physical application of the law. They were so obsessed with things like dietary law and things like circumcision that they forgot about the circumcision of the heart. That's the matter really at hand here. They say that because AIPAC hands U.S. politicians a lot of cash, etc. etc. It's not really an abrogation. It's kind of like, well, this season is summer and then the next season is going to be the fall and the next season is going to be the winter. Does that mean that there's a contradiction in nature? No, there's things that are seasonal. Things transition. But I think that God always wanted a circumcision of the heart. God always wanted people to follow his law. God always wanted people to follow his law because they want to follow his law. A law of the heart. This was always there. There's nothing contradictory about this. So, for example, in Jeremiah chapter 4, verse 4, it says, circumcise yourselves to the Lord, remove the foreskins of your heart. This is literally in Jeremiah chapter 4. Remove the foreskins of your heart, O men of Judah. So there's no contradiction in the New Testament. There was always circumcision of the heart. Always. That was always there. And so it is. Read Job. You will find the same sentiments as Christ put forth, and in many other books as well. Look to David. Yeah, it's right there in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 4. It says, "Circumcise your hearts." It's right there in the Old Testament. He's going to say, well, but what about the physical circumcision? The physical circumcision has a meaning. It has a significance. What does it signify? It signifies the cleansing of your own heart. It signifies repentance. It signifies redemption. Oh, it abrogates the Old Testament. It's like eating pork, etc., etc. But now you're changing the subject to the dietary. We were just talking about circumcision. So you agree that there was always circumcision of the heart, but now you're bringing up other things. So the prophet's talking to Jews who were already physically circumcised to be circumcised of heart, showing that physical doesn't matter. Exactly. That's why my question was, if you're circumcised physically but you're a scoundrel, and if you're not circumcised physically but you're circumcised in the heart and you're not a scoundrel, which one is more important? Which one do you prefer? And this is how it always is. You bring up one verse, okay, well, let's talk about eating pork now. So Judaism pretty much is just a diet. What's Judaism? Let's be real here. What is Judaism? It's just a diet. Because everyone in Israel, except for the Arabs, is a Jew, right? Everyone is a Jew. So if you're born Jewish, that means you're a Jew. But yet, here's the thing. Oh my God. You have atheist Jews. It's the funniest thing ever. That's why I love it when I hear Christians say, well, they're still God's chosen people. So Bill Maher's God's chosen people. We have to follow Bill Maher. We have to follow Peter Singer. Those people are they're all eternally saved no matter what. Because of what? Because they're Jewish? But they're atheists. So Judaism, so when Jews talk to Christians, they always bring up the religious aspect of the disagreement, right? They always bring up the religious aspect. What about the pork? You're not supposed to eat pig, blah, 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 blah. You're not supposed to eat cheese and meat or whatever, dairy and meat or whatever, blah, 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 blah. But you have Jews who are atheists who spit on the Torah. They don't even read your books. They don't care about God. They don't even believe God exists. But they're still Jews. Who's the biggest abrogator here? Who's the biggest abrogator? Christians who say no circumcision in the heart, no Mashiach has come. The prophets already said that the temple will be destroyed after the coming of the Mashiach. Well, the temple was destroyed, so the Mashiach already came. Looks like you missed him. Or is it the people who say, well, you're not a true Jew unless you get circumcised. Oh, but you have atheist Jews, Buddhist Jews, drug addict Jews, Jews who believe in Satanism, Jews who believe in Buddhism. Sam Harris is a Buddhist. He's a Jew, right? He's a Jew. He's Jewish, right? So really, what does it even mean to be Jewish? I mean, we can get into like the nitty-gritty details of Judaism. The Jews don't even agree amongst themselves. Let's talk about that. We can get into the the Justine Martyr debate with Trypho. In fact, that should be the next book that I read, now that I think about it. We can get into that, but the fact remains that the Jews don't even agree amongst themselves what is Judaism. They don't even agree amongst themselves. You have Orthodox Jews, Reformed Jews, Buddhist Jews, atheist Jews, but Christianity has nothing to do with Judaism. Christianity has nothing to do with Judaism, even though Jesus was Jewish, Jesus was a rabbi, Jesus read the scriptures in temples and synagogues, he spoke in the synagogues, he went to the temple, he was circumcised, he took part in all of the rituals, and regardless of all of this, right, his first followers were Jewish, he spoke about the God of Israel. The whole Christian religion begins in Israel. And Christianity is simply a religion that says Jesus is Mashiach. So we have to follow the teachings of Christ, follow the teachings of his earliest followers, etc., etc. Instead of seeing Christianity as a sect of Judaism, no, it's not even Jewish. That's the biggest load of... This is what I find so hilarious about you people. It's impossible for Christianity to be Jewish. But Sam Harris is Jewish. Bill Maher is Jewish. Peter Singer is Jewish. Peter Singer advocates for cannibalism and bestiality. But he's Jewish. There's atheist Jews. There's Buddhist Jews. But Christianity has nothing to do with Judaism. And in fact, you guys want to get into the nitty-gritty disagreements between Christianity and whatever form of Judaism you subscribe to. It is laughable. It's laughable. It really is. You have Jews who follow Shabbos, Jews who don't give a damn about Shabbos, Jews who eat bacon, Jews who don't eat bacon. They're this, they're that, they're this. But then you're going to argue and say, they're not real Jews. Oh, they're not real Jews. So Israel's not even a Jewish nation. Why is Israel called the only Jewish nation? When the majority of Israelis don't even see themselves, or at least a huge chunk of the population in Israel don't even see themselves as religious. So they're not Jews. So you need to throw all those people out because they're not really Jewish. And then you read about how the Knesset some years ago wanted to pass a law to prevent Reform Jews from using the ritual bathhouses. What do you guys call it? The nikvahs? What do you guys call it? Nikvahs? I keep forgetting things. What's it called? Jewish bathhouses. What do they call them? Mikvahs. They wanted to ban Reform Jews from using mikvahs. Whoa, I thought they were Jews. Isn't this a Jewish state? But no, only the Orthodox Jews can use those because they're the real Jews. They follow real Judaism. It's laughable, but they want to get into pork eating. They want to get into, as if there aren't Jews who aren't eating pork. They're all eating, a lot of them are eating pork because they don't give a damn about it. So is it just a club, or who's really the real Jew here? Because they love to pick on Christianity. Let's pick on the Jews themselves. Let's pick on them and say, well, which one is the real Jew? Is it the Reformed? Is it the Orthodox? Is it the crazy ultra-Orthodox? Haradim? Is it whatever? Is it Chabad? Is it atheists? No, but they're not really there. They probably meant ethnically and racially. Okay, but when they get into Christianity, they want to say Christianity abrogated this, abrogated that. They can't even agree on what Judaism is amongst each other. It's a race. It's only a race when it's to their advantage. When they're talking to Christians, it's a religion. They want to get into a religious. They want to get into a religious discussion. They're held to the standard of the Torah. They're held to the standard of the Torah, but they're cut off from the nation. You just said that the Jews who were not circumcised were cut off. They're cut off. They're not even considered part of Israel. And then why was there a civil war between Israel and Judah in the Old Testament? Because all of Israel, except for Judah, were into golden calf worship. And the other side said, you're not even following the true teachings anymore. You guys are heathens. You guys are not circumcised in the hearts. That's why it talks about circumcision in the heart, not just physical circumcision. And what does it say in the Old Testament? It speaks of Uriah the Hittite, who's a convert to Judaism, and he's more righteous than King David. It's focusing on the religion. The entirety of the Old Testament is focusing on religion, 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 not race, race, race. But when it comes to Christians, they want to focus on the theological problems or the theological differences. And my point is, you guys in your own camp can't even agree. You guys can't even agree. In fact, it says in the Old Testament that if someone blasphemes God, they are to be killed, meaning they are not even supposed to be in the nation of Israel. Why do you think we have a capital punishment? Why do you think we have capital punishment? Because but when we do capital punishment, we say, you are no longer part of this society. That's what capital punishment means. You've killed, you've raped, you've done all these horrible things. That's what capital punishment means. And so in the Old Testament, it says if someone blasphemes God, they're supposed to be cut off. They're supposed to be gone. And there was a whole civil war. Do you think Judah was saying, well, you know, those Israelis, they're also Jews? It was a religion. Whatever. It's a race when they want it to be a race. It's not a religion. It's a religion when they want to argue with Christians. And yet Reformed Jews will tell the Orthodox Jews will say the Reformed Jews aren't even real Jews. So who makes the standard? Where is the standard coming from? You guys don't even have a temple institute to determine the standard. There's no you can't even justify it. You guys can't even justify it. Who makes the standard? You, the guy in the comment section? I mean, there's so much division amongst them. So what's the only thing that unites them? What's the only thing that unites them? If there's no Arabs to fight, what's the only thing that unites them, really, at the end of the day? There was too much peace between Hamas and Israel, so they all started fighting each other. They had these massive demonstrations all over Israel. Hundreds of thousands of people. Well, 20-something% of the population took part in the demonstrations against Netanyahu. So when they don't have any Arabs to fight, they'll fight each other. And really what unites them at the end of the day? Oh, and get this. Get this. Check this out. I have a book here. Let's see if I can find it. There's a book. Let me see if I can find it. It's How Jews Changed the World, right? And it was like, I forgot the name of the book. How Jews Changed the World. And so they'll say, well, Jews... Yeah, here it is. I found it. It's called Genius and Anxiety. How Jews... Oh, God. What the hell is this? What is up with Google Books? Genius and Anxiety, How Jews Changed the World. Look at the Jews that they mention changing the world. Albert Einstein. Karl Marx. These guys weren't even religiously Jewish. But so we want to talk about how the Jews changed the world? We'll bring up atheist Jews. Oh, they're Jews. But what if a Jew converts to Christianity? He's not even considered Jewish by the Orthodox. I knew a guy who was an Orthodox Jew. He was a lunatic. He was a settler. He lived in a settlement. And I was talking to him about the atheist Jews, and he said they're not even real Jews. So what do you mean? He goes, they're not even real Jews. They're not even real Jews. Yeah, but when it comes to the genius of the Jews and how great they are, they'll bring up atheists, they'll bring up people who don't even believe in the Talmud. They don't even believe in the Torah. Oh, we changed the world. But when it comes to talking to Christians, it's not about, Jesus changed the world too. Is Jesus even mentioned in the list? No. He abrogated everything. And he was against Judaism. And it has nothing to do with Judaism. You see the schizophrenia here? It's a schizophrenic way of thinking. Karl Marx changed the world. Albert Einstein changed the world. Is Jesus even mentioned in this book? He probably is. Jesus is mentioned 6 times. 6 times. Einstein. Let's see Einstein. 66 times. So Einstein is mentioned 11 times more than Jesus, even though Jesus made a way bigger effect on the world than Einstein. Let's look up Marx. 39 times. So according to this book, Marx is more influential than Jesus. Einstein is more influential than Jesus. But even though Jesus got more people to read the Torah than anyone else in the world, has nothing to do with Judaism. It's just it's laughable. The whole thing is laughable. It's not Judaism. You should not. You guys abrogated the. But we follow a rabbi. So can you at least consider us part of the fold? No, you're not part of the fold. But you consider an atheist part of the fold. Whatever. And why is it that the Orthodox want to put people in prison for preaching Jesus in Israel? All right, if you can be Jewish and Christian, if you can be Jewish and then convert to Christianity, that's fine, right? Because it's freedom of religion. Why do they want to put people in prison for preaching Jesus? And they get so, you know what, whatever. It's just, it's a dumb conversation in my opinion. It's a dumb I never hear them talk about how, the atheist Jews, the Christians are the problem. But they're still Jewish. If you believe that God doesn't exist, you're still Jewish. But Christianity has nothing to do with Judaism. Okay, whatever. Shoved in their faces. Christianity has been shoved in their faces. Do you know that Jews committed horrendous massacres of Christians? Do you know that there was an Arab Jew who butchered the entire Christian population of the Himyaritic kingdom? Do you know how many Jews they killed? Do you know how many Christians they killed? Guess how many Christians they killed. Guess how many Christians they killed. Do you know that Jews took part in the massacre of Christians after the conquest of Jerusalem before Islam? When the Persians invaded Jerusalem? Who helped the Persians invade Jerusalem? Who helped the Persians invade Jerusalem? I'll answer it for you. It's the Jews. The Jews supported the Persian invasion of Jerusalem. And then after the invasion of Jerusalem, they took part in the massacre of the Christian population, in which they butchered around 90,000 Christians. 90,000 Christians. And then they would tell the Persians, we want to buy Christians to be slaves. They would purchase the Christians just for the sheer joy of murdering a Christian. They did the same thing in the Himyaritic kingdom. They butchered around 20,000 Christians in the Himyaritic kingdom. No one ever talks about this. They did horrendous massacres in the Roman Empire, not against specifically Christians, but against anyone who wasn't Jewish. They butchered, close to 500,000 people within the Roman Empire, and that's why they did the diaspora. No one ever talks about that. So there's that. So we can bring up massacres and we can bring up all that stuff. The thing is that Christians forgive and forget. Jews will bring up historical events as cannon fodder to abuse people. That's the difference. So why aren't you guys sacrificing animals? Two wrongs don't make a right. That's correct. That's my whole argument. So why do you want to persecute Christians for preaching Jesus? Why do you want to put people in prison for preaching Christ? I thought it was a free country. And why did Netanyahu strike down that law to put Christians in prison for preaching Christ? And by the way, if Christianity is the truth, God can abrogate anything he wants. He can say, no, I declare it clean. Netanyahu wants to stay in government, so he has to appease the zealous part of his coalition. Right, but why did he strike down the law that wanted to put Christians in prison for preaching Jesus? Why did he strike it down? Why did Netanyahu say, no, I will not allow persecution of Christians under my administration? That's what the religious in Israel want to do. They want to persecute people for preaching Jesus. They want to put people in prison for up to 2 years for preaching Jesus. Christianity had nothing to do with killing millions of Jews. This is the biggest load of garbage ever. Nazism had nothing to do with Christianity. Nothing to do with Christianity. There's nothing Christian about Nazism. Hitler was very anti-Christian himself. Oh, by the way, there was a very interesting story in the American support. So do you agree with putting people in prison? Do you think that people should be put into prison for preaching Jesus in Israel or no? The eternal covenant would be the eternity of being circumcised in the heart. And why aren't you guys killing animals, by the way? Shouldn't you guys be sacrificing animals? Isn't that also part of the covenant? You guys are to be doing animal sacrifices. But how come you guys aren't doing that anymore? Why aren't you guys sacrificing animals if it's an eternal covenant? Didn't you guys abrogate your own law by not sacrificing animals? Wasn't there some evidence that Hitler was Jewish? I don't know. I really don't know. You don't agree. Okay, so you don't agree. So I agree. So we find something to agree on. But that's what these people want to do. They want to put people in prison for preaching Christianity. They want to put people in prison for preaching Christianity. And the reason for that is because they don't see Christianity as being Jewish. But you can be an atheist in Israel, you can be a Buddhist in Israel, you can be a Hindu in Israel. But you shouldn't be a Christian in Israel to the point where they want to put people in prison for being a Christian or for preaching Christianity. And you're going to say, well, the Hindus aren't preaching in Israel. Well, they are. You have yogis in Israel. You have all sorts of cult leaders in Israel. You have yoga clubs in Israel. You have yoga workshops going on in Israel. You also have a lot of atheism in Israel and people who preach atheism in Israel, and they preach evolution in Israel, and that's also corrosive to the I guess you could say the Judaism of the country. But how come those people aren't being put into prison? How come Yuval Hariri is not being put into prison? That guy blasphemes God all the time. He's not being put into prison. Why is it Christianity that is targeted, but not atheism? Even though in Christianity, we still believe in God, we still read the Torah, we still worship a rabbi by the name of Jesus, we have Mashiach, we have these Jewish characteristics in the religion. Why can't Christianity just be seen as a sect, at least as a sect of Judaism? But people aren't being put into prison for preaching against God in Israel. Because Judaism, the idea of, the idea of a Jewish identity is united by a hatred to Christianity. That's what unites people over there. If you're not fighting the Arabs, what unites you guys is a hatred towards Christianity. Yeah, you can't be Christian in Israel. They don't want people to be Christian in Israel. They don't want Jews converting to Christianity in Israel. But how many atheists live in Israel? You yourself are an agnostic. Anyway, I know. This is not going to go anywhere. But it is an interesting conversation nonetheless. I'm agnostic. I don't support putting them in prison. I'm enraged through, though, when these missionaries go and target religious Jews and preach in front of synagogues. Well, yeah, but you have Yuval Hariri who will come along and will say that God doesn't even exist and we're more powerful than God. And that's also, I mean, that's very corrosive because, hey, if a Jew converts to Christianity, what's he doing? Right? If he converts to Christianity, that's his choice, by the way. That's his decision to make. And if he converts to Christianity, what is he saying? He's saying, I'm a Jew and I found Mashiach. If a Jew comes out and says there is no God, what is he saying? He's saying the whole God of Israel doesn't exist. But I don't see atheists being put into prison. I don't see Yuval Hariri being put into prison. I don't see Sam Harris being blocked from the state of Israel. So atheism is okay. Jewish identity is fine with atheism. Christianity is the threat. That's what's so laughable about this whole thing to me. It's just laughable. Most Jews in Israel claim that Islam is much closer. That's correct. Yeah, that's correct. In India, you can be a Muslim, but in Pakistan, hard to be a Christian. There is a minimal level of respect. Imagine if Muslims come and preach in front of a church during Sunday. The rules that the fanatics in Israel wanted to propose was that if you preach Jesus to people, you will be put into prison. So if I go to a synagogue and I want to preach to people, I can be put into prison. Or if I just preach to Jewish people, I can be put into prison. Plus, Jews love debating people. I mean, you're evincing this right now. All this, they have an issue. So how many times we hear about atheists mocking Christianity or mocking Judaism in Israel? It happens. That's freedom of speech, though, by the way. Is it okay for Jews who convert to Christianity to go and preach Jesus to other Jews? Or is that what? And since when do Jewish people give a shit about sensitivity? Those people are always mocking Christianity here in the United States. Goose Hunter, South India is good for Christians. It's very insensitive. I wish they would have that same sensitivity towards us. Yes, it's called the battle of ideas. It's the battle of ideas. If you want to put people in prison for that, then that means that you're, threatened by that? Or you're kind of like Muslims in that way, actually. It sounds like Sharia law. I don't know. It sounds like some Sharia stuff. There is a minimal level of respect. Imagine if Muslims come and preach in front of a church. Muslims can come and do dawah. We'll argue with them. As long as they're respectful. I've seen Christians argue. I've seen Christians preach to Jewish people in Israel. They're preaching Judaism. Or they're preaching Christianity. At the same time, you have pride rallies in Israel, and they're waving their rainbow flags, and they are literally an affront to the God of Israel. That's fine. That's fine. Do I see them saying we should put them in prison? That is an affront to the God of Israel. And they do it by the tens of thousands. Tens of thousands of people in Tel Aviv praising Sodom and Gomorrah. They're Jews. They're Jews. But some guy with a microphone is saying, you guys, Mashiach, it's Jesus. That's the crime here, everybody. Where in the... Okay, guys, this guy's a troll. This dude's a troll. This guy's a troll. We're gonna... Whatever. Circumcision of the heart is eternal. Physical circumcision is not eternal, by the way. Your dick is going to evaporate eventually after you die, so it's not eternal. Oh my god. I wanted to show you guys this video. You're not a troll. Literally, the last time you were on here, you were telling people about how you're a contrarian, and you have to contradict. So you just admitted to us that you are a contrarian who just argues for the sake of arguing. No, you said here, physical circumcision, which the Torah says is eternal. You just said physical circumcision is eternal. I'm just responding to what you said here. Oh, man. I like arguing, but I'm not making up opinions. You like to argue for the sake of arguing. And you literally just said that the circumcision is eternal. Circumcision by the heart, which Christianity teaches, is eternal, but you said physical circumcision. Your dick is gonna rot like the rest of you. I'm sorry. Weird how an agnostic Jew is trying to argue the New Testament. It doesn't, because it doesn't matter if they're agnostic or atheist. They're united by a hatred for Christ. That's what it is. That's what unites them. What will unite a Reformed Jew, an Orthodox, religiously speaking? What will unite a Reformed Jew, an Orthodox Jew, an atheist Jew, agnostic Jew? The only thing that will unite them is a hatred for Christianity. Take out the Christians, and they have no one else to fight. They're going to fight each other. Yeah, the commandment. Oh, now you say the commandment is eternal. By the way, the circumcision signifies something. What does it signify? What does circumcision signify? I do not know. Okay, then why the hell are you arguing? I'm done. I'm done with this argument. I want to show you guys a video of the I want to show you guys a video. I wanted to show you guys this video. Somebody recommended to me this video on Pope Francis covering up for pedophiles. Oh, it's on Twitter. Hold on. Let me pull it up here. Oh, here it is. It's on YouTube, actually. Never mind. Pope Francis ignored abuse victims while Archbishop of Buenos Aires. I want to show you guys this video. To show you guys the depravity of the Catholic Church. Lovely music. Oh, it's awesome. I love this music. All right, guys. I want to show you guys this video. Hold up. Is this it? Oh, this is it. Here it is. I'm going to show you guys this video. Guys, that's it. Mr. Evac is an agnostic. He doesn't even know if the God of Israel exists. So he doesn't even believe in any of this stuff. I don't know why he's arguing. He says, I'm Jewish, but yet the God of Judaism does not exist, but I'm still Jewish. Okay. Oh, really? Oh, you're the one who shared me the video. Awesome. Awesome. Well, now we're going to watch it together. Yeah, I saw the video. I didn't see all of it. I saw enough of it, and I said, I want to show this on the stream tomorrow. Yeah, I am a Jew who says I don't think God exists, but I think that you as a Christian should not be preaching about Mashiach to the Jews, even though they're waiting for Mashiach, right? Makes sense. I acknowledge that I don't know if God exists, but yet I am a Jew, even though I don't even know if the God of the Jews exists, right? All right, buddy. We're going to watch this video on the Catholics. So the Jews we talked about the Jews. Let's talk about the Catholics now. All right. I'm going to watch this video.
But what do you think?
I think they will stay as long as the Pope wants them there.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
It seems then that only the Pope has the power to punish his cardinals. So why doesn't he take stronger action? Maybe because he too faced accusations in his homeland of Argentina long before his election.
Habemus Papa.
When he was Archbishop of Buenos Aires, he apparently tried to have a pedophile priest acquitted.
Try to have a pedophile priest acquitted, but yet Vigano gets excommunicated. Okay.
To understand, we took one last flight. In our baggage, this book of interviews with the Pope. On page 64, the Pope tackles the question of pedophile priests. He writes, "It never happened in my diocese." On the Holy...
That's such a lie. It's ridiculous. If anyone tells me that pedophilia never happened in their diocese, I'm going to say you're a liar. You're a liar. It's so widespread. For one thing, homosexuality is so widespread in the Catholic priesthood. It's ridiculous. And another thing also is that it was, we can at least say that it was at one point so widespread that it's hard to believe anyone who would say that it didn't exist in a certain diocese. Especially one in Argentina where they had a lot of scandals.
Father's word, but is it the truth? In Buenos Aires, along with God, or rather Diego Maradona, the Pope is a star. His face is everywhere. And yet, some refuse to share in this iconographic cult. In the city center, we've arranged to meet a group of...
That's so wild that you go into a store and they got all these images of Pope Francis everywhere. I mean, that's so wild that people actually revere this guy. What is there to revere? There's nothing special about this guy. It's so crazy how they actually get into this stuff.
In the city center, we've arranged to meet a group of victims. They were abused by priests in the Archdiocese of Buenos Aires.
This was so common. It's still common in Argentina. It still happens, this sort of thing, completely. And I read about horrendous scandals. There was one priest in Argentina who was known to be a massive pedophile, and they actually were going to go arrest him. In fact, I can look this up real quick. Hold on. Priest in Argentina. They found him dead with a bullet hole in his head. He was a massive pedophile. The police were going to go arrest him. Here it is. Wait, no, hold on. Yeah, Argentina. I hate the way Google is. Type in, here it is, Eduardo Lorenzo, this dude. This guy was a massive pedophile. And the police were going to go arrest him, and the cops came into his office, and they found him with a bullet hole in his head. And they said, well, it was a suicide. I suspect it wasn't a suicide. I suspect that the Catholic Church executed him. They said, man, if this guy gets arrested, he is going to blow the lid on a whole bunch of other shit. We can't allow that to happen. So they killed him. That's my conspiracy theory. It could be that he really did just kill himself. But if you ever watched this dude's interview, he did an interview. Eduardo Lorenzo did an interview in which he defended his innocence. And he looked so confident defending himself. He said, I am innocent. I never did any of this stuff. He looked so confident. And then, he killed himself. Well, this guy who was so confident, he argued so confidently that he was innocent, is now found dead. And they say it was a suicide because there was a bullet hole in his head. I don't know. I suspect that there was an assassination that went on that happened. There was an assassination that happened, I think, because he was going to blow the lid on a whole bunch of other guys. He was going to blow the lid on maybe the Pope himself or whoever, some other major guy. But anyway, let's go back to the video. Here we go.
They alerted Pope Francis when he was their archbishop.
El caso de los sacerdotes pedófilos. Dice que esto nunca pasa en mi diócesis.
Nunca que él quiera admitir.
Es una mentira.
¿Quién intentó a contactar a Bergoglio?
¿Quién intentó?
Sí.
Yo intenté.
Todos.
Yo también. Todos, sí.
¿Todos?
Sí, sí.
¿Y quién tuvo una respuesta?
Nunca.
Nobody. Nobody. Of course not. That's how it is. This is expected behavior, guys, from the Catholic Church. When you try to report these types of problems, they rarely ever get back to you. If you have serious evidence, they'll get back to you. Then they'll give you a nice big beat. That's what happened with me when I was trying to report this predator priest by the name of Robert L. Kinzel. I reported all the information that I knew to the Diocese of Austin, and then they got back to me and they said, well, let's have a meeting because the evidence is pretty damning. And then we had a 2.5 hour long meeting, and nothing happened. Nothing. And I got back to the Diocese of Austin. You know what they told me? They said, there's nothing we can do about it. Nothing we can do about it. I said, well, can't you excommunicate him? And I recorded the whole conversation. And the guy told me, we can't excommunicate because that's only for grave matters. Oh, so preaching Sodom is not a grave matter.
A todos los famosos del mundo, Leonardo DiCaprio también fue a mostrarle el Oscar, a todos les abre las puertas.
No.
Y a nosotros no nos mandan ni una tarjetita para decirlo.
That's because it's political. See, Leonardo DiCaprio meeting the Pope, that's cool. That's good for marketing. But people who are trying to report on pedophiles in the diocese, that's not good for marketing. Let's just pretend that they don't exist. Let's just ignore them. Yep, that's how these things work. It's all political.
No solo eso. No espero nada. No le creo nada.
Y sufrí mucho la decepción y me dolió mucho que Bergoglio no haga nada. Y todo el mundo a mí me decía que le escriba porque él me iba a contestar. Y sufrí.
Oh, isn't that what they always tell us, by the way? When we have these sorts of issues, they always say, just report it to the bishop. The bishop is there. Just report it to the bishop. And then you report it to the bishop and nothing ever gets back to you, right? No one ever gets back to you. There's no response. There's just silence. That's because they don't care. That's the thing. They don't care because it's part of the system. It's systemic, everyone. It is a systemic problem in the Catholic Church. And they actually, you can look into this if you want. You'll see that I'm right about this. They will actually purposefully, deliberately recruit homosexuals into the priesthood. They will actively seek out homosexuals to join the priesthood. This is a fact. They will say, "Oh, you want to join the priesthood? Oh, and you're homosexual. Oh, you're definitely qualified." Yep, I've seen this in 2 different cases. One was reported on by Carlo Vigano. He talked about how seminarians were recruited into the priesthood specifically because they were homosexual, or that homosexual seminarians were actively sought out for the priesthood. And then I also read about this happening in the Diocese of Chicago, in which they had this program to streamline people from Latin America into the priesthood, and they were deliberately looking for homosexuals to join the priesthood.
Sufrí mucho y estoy muy decepcionada. Eso.
As Archbishop of Buenos Aires, Pope Francis was seemingly deaf to the distress of these victims. But apparently it's worse. In another case concerning other victims, some believe he willfully tried to divert the course of justice. It's the Father Grassi case, the biggest pedophilia scandal in the Argentinian church. Julio Cesar Grassi was one of the best-known priests in the country, very influential.
This is what I find so amazing about the Catholic Church, is that you'll find that some of the biggest perverts, some of the biggest predators, pedophiles, are those who were very influential, very liked, and it just shows you how evil these people are. The fact that they can be so evil, but at the same time give off this appearance of being righteous and charming, is very, very scary, because those are the people that get your guard down, and that's why that's how they prey on people. You see, here's the thing about predators that for some reason a lot of people have not been picking up on, and that is that people who have no soul don't really have an emotional reaction to injustice and evil, because they are the ones who are committing the injustices. And so because they don't have that emotional reaction that we have to injustice, they can commit injustice and think nothing of it. So because they don't have that emotional anchor, what happens is that when they talk to people, they're thinking, how do I manipulate? How do I gain control? How do I deceive? How do I brainwash? How do I win these people over to my side? And so they know exactly what they need to do, and they act accordingly. Whereas normal people, when they are in interactions with other people, they're thinking, okay, what is this person like? I want to be likable. Let's try to find some kind of shared interest. This person likes what I like. Oh, that's great. Let's continue the conversation. Oh, this conversation is really going nowhere. Let me find a way. Let me find an avenue to get out of this conversation. Let's go hang out for the sake of hanging out, not for the sake of control and power. And so we act accordingly to those desires, to those normal desires, and to that normal dynamic in human discourse. Whereas a predator, he comes along and he's thinking, what do I need to say? How do I need to act to get what I want? In the case of this priest, it's what do I say and how should I act to get access to children? How do I gain the trust of the parents so I can gain access to their kids? And so they will act exactly how they need to act. In other words, they're not dictated by societal conditions. They're not dictated by those societal conditions. They just act in the way that they know they need to act to get what they want. And so because there's no conscience in them that says, hey, what you're doing is wrong, or because they have seared their conscience and they ignore their conscience, they will simply just lie and think nothing of it. They will pass a lie detector test because their impulse is not reacting to a lie. Their conscience is being ignored. And they will act exactly how they need to act to get what they want. And that's why they can act so charming. You see, an average person has difficulty being charming at times because maybe he doesn't feel like being charming. Maybe he's not in a good mood. Maybe he's not having a good day. Maybe he wants to be honest in the conversation and not be deceitful. So he shows his true self, or he acts in a way that is representative of who he really is. Whereas an evil person says, I need to act charming. Let me act charming. And they just act charming. Even though they're not really feeling it, they just do it. You know? Yeah.
Often in the media spotlight. He ran a huge orphanage until some of the children there lodged a complaint against him for sexual abuse. In 2009, he was sentenced to 15 years in prison. Still today, he's behind bars. But the Argentinian church did all in its power to have him acquitted. Juan Pablo Gallego represented Father Graci's child victims. A trial spread over 15 years, and opposite him, the most renowned attorneys in the land, but also the Catholic Church.
Sino que nos enteramos que en el año 2010 aparecen unos libros en 2 tomos denominados Estudios sobre el caso Grassi, firmados por un jurista con un cierto reconocimiento y que ha sido profesor de la Universidad de Buenos Aires.
Don't be fooled by the cover, which makes you think it's a book. This 2,800-page counter-inquiry is a confidential, internal Argentinian church legal text. Inside, the children are accused of falsifications, lies, deceit, and invention. Even their own sexual orientation is questioned. The conclusion is clear. The court's decision was wrong. Father Grassi had to be acquitted on appeal. One paragraph caught our eye. This work was commissioned in 2010 by the Argentine Episcopal Conference, and notably by its then president, Cardinal Bergoglio. Now,
there you go. There you go. The Pope himself was trying to cover up for a sexual predator.
So the Pope did commission a counter-inquiry to try to have a priest who had been sentenced for pedophilia acquitted.
This guy was sentenced for 15 years. He was found guilty for pedophilia, put into prison. He was sentenced to 15 years, and the Pope defended this guy, this freak. Oh, but the Pope, he's supposed to lead the people. Without the Pope, what do they always argue? Without the Pope, we're all going to be lost. Everything will be thrown into disarray. Everything's going crazy. Without the Pope, we need the Pope, everybody. All right. So, yeah, anyway. Let's go back to this video.
And it's said that Jose Bergoglio, the future pope, actually sent it to the judges, with a shrewd sense of timing before Father Graci's various appeal hearings. One of the magistrates...
I have to laugh at this comment here. Theo just thought of why Vatican II changed its stance on Jews as heretics. It's because they need those lawyers. That's a good observation. Very, very astute observation.
Who received a copy of the counter-inquiry agreed to meet us. Carlos Maiques, a former appeal court judge and former minister of justice, is today a high court judge. It's the first time he's spoken openly about the Grassi case. He remembers very well the day he found this counter-inquiry on his desk.
¿Recibió de estos estudios en su oficina?
Sí, yo recibí.
¿Esos libros no influyeron en su juicio?
No, en absoluto. No. Que es un trabajo de novelística judicial, creo que tiene un análisis jurídico parcial en algunos casos, muy parcial en otros, tiene yo creo una clara intencionalidad en favor del padre Grassi.
It's clearly in favor for the pedophile. So this is supposed to be the church founded by Jesus. It's supposed to lead the world into God. And you have all these trad Catholics who, frankly, are just delusional. I mean, they're so delusional, and a lot of them are just so evil that they will sit there and say that we need the Pope or else we're done. We need the Pope. Without the Pope, everything just goes straight to shit. Oh, we need the Pope. But here's the guy who's now the Pope defending a pedophile. He put what was his name? Cardinal Fernandez. He put Cardinal Fernandez to be the head of the Inquisition. Cardinal Fernandez was covering up for a freaking pedophile in his own diocese back in Argentina. Yes, you can look into this. This guy, Eduardo Lorenzo was a pedophile who was actively a pedophile in the diocese of Mr. Fernandez. And now Mr. Fernandez is the head of the Inquisition, and he was appointed by Pope Francis to be the head of the Inquisition. He was covering up for a pedophile, everybody. But without the Pope, we're all done. We need the Pope. And you know what the Catholics do? The Catholics, they cope. The Catholics don't really follow the Pope. The Catholics don't follow the most holy Catholic Pope. They follow the most holy Catholic cope. Because a lot of these trad cats, they don't really follow the Pope. They follow the holy Catholic cope. Because they're always trying to cope about the dark realities of the institution that they follow. You hear what I'm saying? Wait, what happened to the... Wait, what? What happened? What the... Policy violations? What policy violations? Hello? Policy violations? Why did they take me out? What? Hold on. Did YouTube send me an email? Why did they take me out, these bastards? Your stream got interrupted. What the frick? Oh, mierda. What a bunch of garbage. I can't play documentaries. What policy violation? It says copyright violation. What, the video was copyrighted? I was reacting. This is so stupid. My God, dude. We can't do reaction content now? What kind of garbage is this? So fucking stupid. I hate this shit. Hold on a second. Hold on one second, guys. No, it didn't mind showing. Hold up. Hold up. I think. I don't. Is there a way that I can repeal this? This is supposed to be the church founded by Jesus. It's supposed to lead the world and file in his own diocese back. What exactly? Okay, was it that I showed the photo of Mr. Lorenzo, or what happened? What did I do wrong here? Where's the violation? I don't understand this. I've seen reaction content so much in on YouTube. I don't see how this could be a problem. Wait. Guys, well, okay, did you hold on? Hold on, here's a question that I have. Did it take me out when I showed a photo of Father Lorenzo? Because maybe that was the copyrighted material that it didn't want me to show. Or was it the video? YouTube is very selective. Because I see these big commentators, they always react to videos and nothing happens to them. Hi, Ted. Hello, W. It went off while I was playing the video. That sucks. How am I supposed to be playing videos? How can I do reaction content? All right, we're going to try to play the rest of the documentary. And then let's try to play the rest of the documentary and see if it was the video. Because I've done reaction content before and this doesn't happen. Yeah, it might have been the photo. I don't know. Let's resume. Let's resume.
Esto se quiso ejercer una sutil presión sobre los jueces.
Una manera de influencia.
Oh shit! Hold on. Is the audio on? Oh, it's not. Sorry about that, guys. Let me rewind it a little bit here. So he says that the church was in favor of the pedophile and they were trying to legally defend the pedophile. Okay, so let's listen on.
En otros, tiene yo creo una clara
So it's clearly in favor of Father Grassi.
intencionalidad en favor del Padre Grassi. Porque con esto se quiso ejercer.
They were trying to exert a subtle form of pressure on the judges, so they were lobbying for a pedophile.
Una sutil presión sobre los jueces.
Una manera de influenciar.
Tout à fait, d'accord. Sí.
Yes, that's totally correct. You hear me double? Guys, is there an echo at all? Let me know if there's an echo at all.
Sutil.
But finally useless. Father Grassi's sentence was upheld at both the appeals court and high court.
Let's hear that again.
Grassi's sentence was upheld at both
the sentence was upheld, meaning he was guilty.
The appeals court and high court. At the center of the counter-inquiry commissioned by the Pope when he was Archbishop of Buenos Aires is the account of a boy, an orphan, the main victim of Grassi.
They always go after the vulnerable. They always go after the deaf, the blind. They go after the crippled. They go after the people who are mentally handicapped. The priest that I confronted, Mr. Yarbrough, he sexually assaulted a young man who was slow in the head. They always go after the vulnerable. They always go after, like I said, the handicapped, the deaf, the blind, the disabled. They go after the most susceptible to the people who are most susceptible to abuse. They go after the most vulnerable, and that's why they're evil. They're monsters, these people. Absolute monsters.
Since the case blew up in the early 2000s, it's the first time he's agreed to talk to a reporter. He wants to remain anonymous because he's still afraid of reprisals.
Recibió una amenaza y acá está la amenaza. Es tangible. Hay testigos.
This dude received threats. Guys, I totally believe this because I knew a guy. Let me guys tell you a very revealing story from my own investigative work. I knew this guy. He was a chef for the Diocese of Chicago. And I remember, I'll never forget, it was in the evening time, and I called him up, and he spoke with me for about 3 or 4 hours about all of the sick stuff that was going on in the diocese. Now, he wasn't talking about stuff that happened back in the 80s or in the 90s. He was talking about stuff that happened at that time. This was back in the year 2015. And he told me, he said, a lot of the priests here look at child pornography. He said, a lot of them are homosexual. He told me this story where these priests took a trip to Israel to do a tour of the Holy Land. And he says during the day they were giving tours. At night they were going to all the gay clubs in Tel Aviv. And he told me about how the priest there, one of the priests there would say that he had friends who were in the Mexican mafia. And if anyone snitches on me, I'm going to get back at you. He was threatening people. And he told me that he was really scared to speak to the media. You know, he was really scared of speaking to the media. And I called him up about a year later. He picks up the phone and he says, if you're going to speak, then speak. And I said, what are you talking about? And he said, oh, is this Theodore? I said, yeah. And he said, oh, I'm so sorry about that. He says, you have to understand, I've been getting these harassing calls all day. I said, well, what's going on? And he said, I keep getting these calls. I pick up the phone. It's somebody just heavily breathing on the other line. And he says, they're harassing me, man. They're harassing me. He says he says, I was driving to church and there was this car that was tailgating me the whole time. He says, then I went to the parking lot. He parked in the same parking lot. I went to the church. This guy walked into the church. He says, there was this man that walked into the church following me from the very car that was tailgating him. And he said, I sat down. He sits down right near me. And then he says, this guy looks at me and he says, you better stop talking about Father so-and-so. He says, you better stop talking about Father so-and-so. And it was a clear threat. And he told me, he says, this diocese acts like a mafia. What happened? What happened? Did they block me again? Did they do this again? Who's reporting me? I give up, guys. I don't know what to do. Let's just get into music, okay? Let's do music. Seems Theo didn't know it was down though. This is so fucking stupid. Oh, this is so stupid, guys. This is so fucking stupid. What do you want to debate about, Mr. Evac? I did not know this thing was down. Whatever I want. We already debated on here. I've already told you what I think. I'm just going to be repeating myself. There's no point. Let's just get to music. It's done. We've already said it. I've said exactly what I'm going to say. It's going to be me just telling you exactly what I told you already. Let's do music. Does anybody have any musical recommendations or no? If there's no musical recommendations, I'm just going to go and relax because I've been here for, almost 5 hours. I don't want to play Bar Mitzvah music. I already played that last time you were here. Hours. Any musical recommendations? No? Nothing? I think I'm going to go for a walk later on. It's a nice day outside. Living Inside of Me by Level. I hope I don't get copyright struck for this. I think if it's just audio, it's not really an issue. All right, let's give this a listen. Nice. nice. It's like kind of like a Limp Bizkit type of mix. Hold up. Somebody recommended Piotr Ilyich Tchaikovsky, Hymn of the Cherubim. I think I've heard this before. Oh yeah, I've heard this before. Yep, I know this piece. Yeah, this is very, very religious music, very good for spirituality. Against All Odds by Phil Collins. I'm not a huge fan of Phil Collins. I think he's horrendously overrated.
How can I just let you walk away? Just let you leave without a trace. When I stand here taking every breath with you. Ooh, you're the only one who really knew me at all.
Well, take a look at me now.
How can you just walk away from me? When there's nothing left here to remind.
I'm very familiar with this song.
Just a man.
They play it on the radio probably 50 times a day. Yeah, I'm not a big fan. It's such a... I don't like this music. It's very bland. Nothing really interesting about it. This could have been in a Tony Hawk game. Absolutely. Next up, can I get an amen? I can tell by the title I'm not going to like this one. Ryan Hamilton and the Harlequin Ghosts. Is this some Soul Train stuff? This looks like Soul Train music.
God knows I can't be saved.
Oh, I know this song.
I am who I've become because of those mistakes I've made. I might fall a little further and I might stray a bit too far. Sometimes I need my medicine. When did this get so hard? Around and round we go. Where it stops, nobody knows. Can you feel that spirit moving through you? Yeah. Can I get an amen? I'm on the highway to hell.
I hate this song. I think it's garbage. I think it's complete garbage. Have you guys ever heard of ATB? Let me show you guys a beautiful piece of music. I actually really wanted to play this for you guys. It's a song called it's by ATB and it's called Still Here. I think this song is an absolute masterpiece. I think it's a beautiful piece of music. I'm going to play a little bit for you guys here. Okay, here we go. ATB is just such a... I think he's an ingenious musician. I think lyrically he does very good. I love the lyrics of his songs. And the music is very philosophical. It's romantic but philosophical at the same time.
I never knew life could be this way. Life without you.
It's a wonderful song. There's another song. I think this is ATB's best song. It's called Heartbeat. I think Heartbeat is his best song. It's such a great piece of music. I love this song.
Steady hands that guide the wheel. The sun is black, then it shades of red. Seasons change and moments build. We rise to fall like dust to wind. Glass has burned through, and I can't find. The hourglass has burned through, and I can't find those final turns. But your soul is a never-ending road. When your heart beats, yeah, your heart beats, and your doors are never fully closed. When your heart beats, here you're always my heartbeat.
I love ATB's music. This is a funny song. Deer in the Headlights. I'm not too crazy about funny music. It's a banger. All right.
Met a girl in the parking lot, and all I did was say hello. Her pepper spray made it rather hard for me to walk her home, but I guess that's the way it goes. Tell me again, was it love at first sight when I walked by and you caught my eye?
I think I've heard this before.
Didn't you know love could shine this bright? Well, smile because you're the deer in the headlights. Met a girl with a graceful charm, but when beauty met the beast, he froze. Got the sense I was not her type by the black eye and bloody nose, but I guess that's the way it goes.
I mean, it's a funny little romantic song. The title of which song? ATB. It's called Heartbeat. Here, I'll write it down. All right, guys. I think I'm done. I've been doing this for almost 5 hours, so I think I'm good. It was a fun stream, and too bad we kept getting knocked off by the stupid copyright laws, but I'll be back, and yeah, I'll still be uploading here. You guys just heard some Theology.